I hauling 2 baskets of roe deer meat on a carrying pole like some kind of medieval food delivery guy. I dropped them down in front of Uncle Li Hongbing and casually said, "Roe deer meat." The old man nearly swallowed his smoking pipe. "Why is there so much?" My dog caught them. "Yeah," I said, my dog. Little Red, my absolute unit of a hunting hound, went out and basically committed a roe deer apocalypse all by himself. Uncle Lee looked at me like I'd just told him my goldfish solved math problems. He could believe I hunted all that meat, sure, but a dog? His brain was not computing. "Kid," he said, shaking his head, "if word gets out about this dog, people will be sneaking into your yard every night trying to steal him." Fair point. Little Red is basically a walking treasure chest with teeth. Speaking of teeth, when the construction guys showed up and saw Red, they froze like deer in headlights. Which is ironic, considering what Red does to actual deer. He's built like a baby bull, muscles bulging under that reddish-brown coat, fangs peeking out like he's permanently smiling about violence. Nobody dared get close. "Nice dog. Is he yours or borrowed?" "He's mine. A hunter friend gave him to me." Everyone's eyes went wide with envy. I could practically hear them all thinking the same thing. Where do I get friends like that? Anyway, I tried to give all the meat to the workers helping build my house. Because here's the thing. I cannot cook. Like, at all. My cooking could be classified as a war crime. So I figured, here's 200 pounds of meat. Feed yourselves, please and thank you. But these stubborn villagers refused. Said it was too generous. We compromised. They'd bring their wives to cook, and I'd feed everyone. Problem solved with extra mouths. Brilliant negotiation on my part, clearly. Uncle Lee pulled me aside after, looking like a dad who just watched his kid tip a waiter 500%. He took charge of the remaining meat. "Trade what we can for grain, salt the rest." Then he said, "Come to my house. I have something for you." Down in his cellar, he handed me a cookie tin. I opened it expecting, cookies. Instead, 10 bridge clips loaded with 7.62 millimeters ammunition. 50 rounds total. "I know you're heading to Shangliang Commune to compete with those hunting crews," he said. "These bullets are old stock. Take them. Shoot some wild boars for me." I almost hugged the man. "These bullets are practically gold. The supply co-op sells them, sure, but you need tickets and approval slips, and good luck getting either. Black market rounds are sketchy. Last batch I got from Song Jianzi had 2 rusty duds mixed in." Uncle Lee just handed me 50 clean rounds in a cookie tin like a grandma smuggling sweets. We headed back upstairs. I called Little Red, who came galloping out of the kitchen like a happy earthquake, and we set off for home. But the second we got close to the educated youth quarters, Red went absolutely ballistic. Barking, hackles up, full threat mode. I grabbed the knife at my waist and stared at the courtyard. 2 figures stepped out. One was tall. The other was holding a gun. Well, so much for a quiet evening. Brother Wang and Comrade Zhou Weidong. I was ready to stab somebody. Little Red was growling like a chainsaw. I had my hand on my knife, and then out walked 2 guys I actually know. False alarm. Red looked up at me like, "So? We're not fighting?" and shut up. Wang Qingshan, my hunting buddy, stood there with his square, honest face looking all apologetic about showing up uninvited. And Zhou Weidong, the guy I saved from that black bear, was staring at Red like a kid seeing a dinosaur at the zoo. "That Lijo Red is yours? He's magnificent." Both of them were sizing up my dog. Wang Qingshan especially. He's got his own hunting dog, Stone, a wolf gray breed. I could see him mentally putting Stone next to Red and realizing his dog would get absolutely folded like laundry. Poor guy's face went sad though, because Stone got injured and is basically retired now. I wanted to talk dog training shop with him, but reading the room felt more important. "Come inside. Let's have some water." I told Red to find a spot and chill, then brought the 2 guys into my room. "I'll boil some water for you." "No need, Comrade Zhao. Your wife is already boiling water." "My what now?" Turns out Lin Yueqing was here and had greeted them when they arrived. So naturally these 2 geniuses assumed she's my woman. "Tiangliang, that's the Lin family girl, right? You 2 dating?" Wang Qingshan was giving me this look, mentally calculating my marriage market value. Good hunter, handsome face, big brick house under construction, killed bears for fun. Basically the village equivalent of a sports car and a corner office. "We're just ordinary friends." "It's not what you think." Clang. Something crashed outside the door. Porcelain hitting porcelain. "Yueqing? You okay?" "I'm fine, Brother Zhao." The water got cold. I'll go heat up a new pot. Her voice sounded cheerful enough, but I caught that little tremble at the end. Weird. I told her cold water was fine. Don't bother. But she was already speed walking away like she suddenly remembered an urgent appointment with a different kettle. Women. I will never understand them. It's just water. Comrade Zhao, you're a lucky man. A girl like that is worth treasuring. Zhou Weidong looked genuinely envious. Apparently, he married some kind of tiger woman and spent his whole marriage in combat. Meanwhile, Wang Qingshan was making faces behind him, clearly wanting to say, "Buddy, you don't know what her family is like," but too polite to actually say it. Then Wang Qingshan coughed loudly and changed the subject. Thank goodness. Let's talk business. Zhou Weidong plopped a gun on my table. I looked down and my heart did a backflip. A Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. A real gun. Not my janky modified shotgun held together by prayers and duct tape. My leg won't heal for 3 to 5 months, Zhou Weidong said, lifting his injured leg with effort. I can't use it. Qingshan told me you need a good weapon, so here. What's the catch? No catch. He waved his hands frantically. You saved my life from that bear. Your marksmanship is incredible. This rifle belongs in your hands. I didn't play the humble game. I need this gun like I need oxygen. I just said thanks and meant every syllable. Then I invited both of them to stay for dinner, and they hesitated because they hadn't brought food rations. Classic countryside etiquette. Never show up empty-handed to eat. What? You think I'm going to poison the food? That broke the ice. They agreed to stay. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, apparently a small drama was unfolding that I knew nothing about. My apprentice Li Yuanzhao caught Lin Yueqing pouring boiling water into an already full teapot, completely zoned out, with tears on her face. Sister Yueqing, are you crying? No? It's steam, sure. Steam that rolls down your cheeks. Very scientific. She left in a hurry after hearing I was heading to Shangliang Commune for the wild boar hunt. Something about that news seemed to bother her, but she just bit her lip and said she was fine. Then my apprentice walked in with the hot water, and I hit him with the real mission of the evening. Apprentice, go cook us a couple dishes. I'm drinking with the boys tonight. The look on that kid's face was absolutely priceless. Pure confusion, like I'd asked him to build a rocket. My apprentice looked at me like I'd just asked him to perform surgery. Master, you want me to cook? Would you rather I do it? The kid shuddered so hard I thought he was having a seizure. Fair enough, my cooking has traumatized him before. He practically sprinted to the kitchen. I told him there was roe deer meat at his house, and to grab some. He also discovered Red for the first time, hiding behind a tree in the yard like some kind of muscular red shadow. Whoa, Master, this dog is insane. Red glanced at the kid, sniffed him, decided he was boring, and looked away. My apprentice squatted down making kissy noises, trying to pet him. Red literally turned his back on him. The kid stood up, pointed at himself dramatically, and announced, Do you know who I am? I'm your master's #1 disciple. Red gave him the most devastating side I've ever seen a dog give anyone, then stood up and moved to a shadier spot. Just walked away. Mid-introduction, the kid's ego was in pieces on the ground. Eventually, he went home to get the meat, and his mom Wang Tsuwa took over cooking because, let's be real, the kid's cooking is only slightly less lethal than mine. Then Auntie Chun Huimei jumped in to help too, and before I knew it, half the village women were competing to cook for me. Apparently, feeding people meat during the house construction earned me some serious goodwill points. 30 minutes later, my apprentice and his mom came marching through the village carrying dishes, trailing a parade of drooling yellow mutts behind them like some kind of food-scented Pied Piper situation. Those dogs followed the smell all the way to my yard, and then, absolute comedy, they saw Red sitting in the middle of the courtyard like a king on a throne, staring them down with pure alpha energy. Every single village dog tucked its tail and bolted. Didn't even hesitate. Just immediate evacuation. His mom was impressed. Whose dog is that? My master's. Well, they're a perfect match then. Strong man, strong dog. My apprentice put down a bowl of raw meat for Red. Little Red, dinner time. Red was drooling. Like waterfall drooling. But he didn't move. Didn't touch the food. Just sat there staring at it like a monk resisting temptation. This dog is something else, his mom said. Starving but won't eat from a stranger. He's not something else. He's rude. My apprentice fumed. I'm the chief disciple. He won't even eat him. Why food? Unbelievable. They brought the bowl to me instead. I carried it outside, and the second Red saw me. He came trotting over with his mouth open in what I swear was a grin. My apprentice stood behind me looking like a rejected boyfriend. After I set the bowl down, Red attacked that meat like it owed him money. See, ever since Red ate that special red pill, his loyalty to me hit some kind of maximum cap. I could literally tell this dog to do anything, and he'd do it. I went back inside to drink with Wang Qingshan and Zhou Weidong. Good times. My apprentice stayed outside. Smart kid. He knows when grown men need to drink without a teenager watching. So he just squatted there watching Red eat. And then, I heard about this later and almost died laughing. Red stopped eating, looked at the kid, and pushed the bowl toward him with one giant paw. He offered to share. The dog thought my apprentice was hungry. "I don't want your food," the kid screamed, shoving the bowl back. Red shrugged, as much as a dog can shrug, and went back to eating happily. Meanwhile, across the village at the Lin house, a whole different drama was brewing that I knew absolutely nothing about. Lin Yueqing's mom came home buzzing with gossip. "Honey, guess what I heard? Our daughter has been getting close to that Zhao-educated youth." Her husband perked up for half a second, then went back to his pipe. The man only cared about two things in life: curing his son's illness and getting his son married. Everything else was background noise. But even he had to admit that the name, Zhao, carried some weight these days. A young hunter who'd killed both a wild boar and a bear. Village celebrity status unlocked. Still, he puffed his pipe and grumbled, "Where do you hear that nonsense? A talented young man like that wouldn't look twice at our girl." Great. So somewhere in this village, people are apparently shipping me with Lin Yueqing. Her parents are discussing it over tobacco, and I'm over here getting drunk with the boys, completely clueless. Story of my life, honestly. So while I was having a perfectly nice evening getting drunk with the boys, apparently the Lin household had turned into a full-blown war room plotting operation. Capture Zhao Tianliang. Not that I knew any of this at the time. I was blissfully ignorant, clinking cups with Wang Qingshan and Zhou Weidong like a man without a care in the world. But here's what was happening across the village, and I only pieced this together much later. Lin Yueqing's mom came storming home with hot gossip about me and her daughter being close. Her dad puffed his pipe and basically said, "Yeah, right. A guy like him wouldn't look at our girl." Which, rude honestly? "Your daughter is lovely, old man." But then things got strategic. "He's young and full of energy," her mom said with the confidence of a military general. What young man can resist temptation? Her dad went quiet. Like, suspiciously quiet. "If it comes to it, we use some tricks. Cook the raw rice into cooked rice." For those unfamiliar with that expression, it basically means create a situation where there's no going back. These two were literally scheming to trap me. I'm out here minding my business, drinking cheap liquor, and somewhere a middle-aged couple is drawing up battle plans for my love life. Then Mom went to work on Lin Yueqing. She sat down next to her daughter, held her hand, put on her sweetest face, a face that apparently hadn't appeared in years, and started laying it on thick. "Sweetheart, Mommy hasn't paid enough attention to you. We just want you to be happy. We just want you to find a good husband who loves you." Yueqing isn't stupid, though. She knew exactly what this was about. Behind all the sweet talk, it was really about her brother lying sick in the hospital. She was the bargaining chip, the exchange piece. Catch the talented young hunter, bring his resources into the family, save Big Brother. She knew, and it still hurt. But here's the thing. Somewhere deep down, underneath all the manipulation and family politics, the girl actually liked me. Had liked me since the first time we met. So when her mom said, "You better hurry before matchmakers swarm him once that brick house is finished," Yueqing felt genuine panic. She made a decision. "Mom, give me a piece of cloth. Brother Zhao is going to Shangliang Commune to hunt wild boars. I want to sew him a good luck charm." Her mom nearly exploded with joy and busted out her prized red fabric. Cloth she normally guarded like a dragon guards gold. That's how you know this family was going all in on the Capture Zhao Tianliang project. That night, Yueqing got the best dinner she'd had in years. Both parents smiling, being nice, acting like actual loving parents. She knew it was fake. She knew it was conditional. And she sat there eating it anyway, because even fake warmth feels better than the cold she'd been living in. Later, by the flickering oil lamp, she sat sewing that little red charm with careful hands, tears rolling silently down her cheeks. She wanted the good days to last. She knew they wouldn't. That broke my heart a little when I found out. But at the time, I knew nothing. Next morning, I woke up and did standing post training with my apprentice. The kid's actually improving, starting to look like he might develop some real martial foundation. Good for him. I looked around the yard and noticed something was missing. Or rather, someone. Where's Yuechang? She said she had family stuff yesterday. What kind of stuff? My apprentice shrugged, then leaned in close and whispered, I think her brother is about to. You know, not make it. My stomach dropped. Her brother's disease was that serious? He wasn't even that much older than her. And then a darker thought hit me like cold water. If her brother has the same illness and it's gotten that bad, then what about Yueching? My apprentice told me the word I didn't want to hear. Terminal. That one word hit me like a punch to the chest. Both siblings, Yueching and her brother, same disease, no cure. They'd already tried the big provincial hospital. Ran out of money. Got sent back to the local clinic. The big hospital couldn't fix it anyway, just keep them alive a little longer. I stood there in the autumn breeze with my apprentice, and for a moment neither of us had anything to say. The morning air felt colder than it should have. Then Wang Qingshan's voice blasted through the silence like an alarm clock. Tianliang, why are you standing around? We got a GO. He was already fully geared up, gun on his back, axe on his hip, leg wraps tight, ready for war. And just like that, something clicked inside me. I went into my room, suited up, and when I walked back out, I was a different man. Sadness. Gone. Packed it up and stored it somewhere deep. Because here's the thing. I'm not the type to accept the word terminal. After this boar hunt, I'm making money. Then I'm dragging that girl to the provincial capital. If they can't fix her, we go to Beijing. If Beijing fails, I'll find a way to get her abroad. And beyond all that, I've still got my secret weapon, the spatial dimension. It grew bigger when I fed it wild game. It made those red pills that supercharge my dog. Who says it can't do something else I haven't discovered yet? There's always a chance. Always. My apprentice noticed the change. Master, I tossed him the house keys. Guard the fort. At the brigade office, Uncle Li Hongbing had our travel papers ready. Be careful out there. Even better, he'd arranged an ox cart to take us to Shangliang Commune. Wang Qingshan was thrilled. We can rest on the way. The driver, Wang Dongjun, was a chatty guy who immediately started asking if I was going for the bicycle prize or the television. There are 3 powerful hunting crews at Shangliang, I said modestly. I'd be happy with 1 or 2 boars and some grain. Too humble. With your skills, Wang's skills, and that beast of a dog, you could compete with any of them. I smiled politely, but my eyes had already wandered somewhere else. Because at the edge of the village, standing quietly by the road, was a familiar figure. I jumped off the cart before anyone could ask questions. It was Yueching. She'd come to see me off. Her eyes were red and puffy. She clearly hadn't slept. Brother Zhao, this is for you. She opened her palm. A red string bracelet with a tiny cloth pouch sewn at the end. A handmade good luck charm. I put it on and smiled. Thank you. Then her voice cracked. Brother Zhao, I probably won't be able to cook for you or clean your yard anymore. Something about the way she said it felt wrong. This wasn't, I'm busy next week. This was something heavier. Those things were never your job anyway. Thank you for everything. She looked up at me. Really looked, and I saw something in her eyes that made my stomach twist. Sadness, so deep it had weight. Then she forced a smile. Goodbye, Brother Zhao, and she ran. Didn't wait for me to respond. Just turned and bolted. I stood there feeling like I'd missed something critical. That wasn't a normal goodbye. That look in her eyes, that trembling voice, the finality of it all. What happened to her last night? Something nudged my leg. Red had followed me, pressing his big head against my ankle. Not barking, not demanding attention. Just being there. You here to drag me to the cart? He didn't answer. Dogs don't talk, but sometimes silence says plenty. Then I noticed the charm had fallen off my wrist. The little red pouch landed right in front of Red's nose. And suddenly, an idea struck me. Red, track her. He sniffed the charm, then sniffed the air and barked once, pointing not toward the village, but toward the river. The river. My blood went cold. She ran toward the village. I saw her run that direction. So why is Red pointing at the river? Why would she go to the river? What possible reason would a girl who just said goodbye forever have to visit a rushing river on an autumn morning? No. No, 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 no. Red, let's go. Now, we ran. At the riverbank, there she was, standing at the edge, wind pulling at her hair, tears streaming down her face. trapped between parents who wanted to use her as bait and a man she refused to burden. She couldn't face either side, so she chose the water. She closed her eyes and jumped. "What are you doing?" I caught her. 1 second she was falling, the next she was in my arms. No cold river water, no splash, just me, holding on tight, heart hammering like a drum. She was shaking, confused, eyes unfocused. Her fingernails dug into my arm. Didn't even notice she was doing it. She tried to squirm away, embarrassed I was seeing her like this, but her hands betrayed her, gripping my sleeve like it was the last solid thing in the universe. "Brother Zhao," then just crying. Couldn't make out a single word after that. So I didn't ask questions, didn't demand explanations. Just held her tighter, patted her back, and let her get it all out. Sometimes that's the only thing you can do. Slowly she softened, her face buried in my neck, fingers clutching the corner of my shirt like if she let go I'd evaporate. I could feel her breathing gradually steady out. "I'm here. I'm here. It's okay." And then, I don't know, maybe it was the adrenaline, maybe it was the red charm bracelet she'd made me, maybe it was the fact that I'd just sprinted across a field to stop this girl from jumping into a river, but something in my brain said, "Stop being a coward, Zhao Tianliang. Yuecheng, when I come back from hunting boars, how about I visit your family to propose?" She went completely still, like someone hit the pause button on her entire body. "Huh?" I said. "Will you be my wife?" I set her down, put my hands on her shoulders, and looked her straight in the eyes. For one beautiful second, her face lit up like sunrise. Then it dimmed. "But brother Zhao, my family, I want to spend my life with you. Your family is whatever it is. I don't care." I took her hand. "From now on, you don't face anything alone. Your problems are our problems." She grabbed my waist so hard I thought she'd crack a rib. "Worth it. Wait for me. I'll come back and propose properly, okay?" Meanwhile, Red was standing about 30 feet away like a bodyguard who'd been told to look the other direction. Very professional. Walking back to the village entrance together felt like floating. She was a completely different person now, brighter, lighter, like someone had turned on a lamp inside her. We did that awkward new couple thing where neither of us wanted to say goodbye. "Woof!" Red barked, loudly, right in the middle of our moment. I turned and glared at him. He immediately tucked his tail and put on his best, "I'm innocent," face. "Buddy, you have the worst timing of any living creature." Yuecheng smoothed out my collar and noticed tear stains all over my shirt. Her face went tomato red. I was so embarrassing just now. She shooed me away to catch up with the cart, and Red and I took off running. Took us 10 solid minutes to even see the ox cart in the distance. "How did the cart get this far?" "You couldn't have barked sooner," Red whimpered. "Excuse me?" He did try. A certain someone glared daggers at him for interrupting a romantic moment, remember? Fair point. My bad, dog. I finally caught up and climbed onto the cart, where Wang Qingshan and the driver Wang Dongjun were both giving me the smuggest looks I've ever seen. Wang Dongjun gave me a big thumbs up. "Comrade Zhao, you absolute legend. That Lin girl has never waited at the village entrance for any man before. Tianliang, you're really dating her." Wang Qingshan's face was a mix of concern and curiosity. He'd asked me this yesterday, and I dodged it. But that red bracelet on my wrist wasn't exactly subtle. I grinned. No point hiding it anymore. "Yes, when we get back from Shangliang, I'm going to her family to propose." Wang Qingshan swallowed whatever warnings he'd been preparing. Something in my eyes must have told him this wasn't up for debate. "Well then, you better invite me to the wedding." "And me," Wang Dongjun waved his whip in the air. "I'm bringing a gift." We rode on laughing, 3 men and 1 dog heading toward the wild boar battleground. We ate flatbread for lunch, drank water from our canteens, and by 2 in the afternoon, we rolled up to the gates of Shangliang People's Commune. The guard checked our travel papers, then told us to hand over all weapons, guns, axes, knives, and dangerous animals to the Armed Forces Department for safekeeping. On the walk over there, the young guard couldn't stop staring at Red. Can't blame him. My dog is a celebrity everywhere he goes. I slipped Wang Dongjun a pack of Pegasus cigarettes as a thank you before he headed back. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "Those aren't cheap smokes. Send a telegram when you're ready to come home. I'll come pick you up." And with that, we were officially at Shangliang Commune. 2 hunters, 1 legendary dog, 50 clean bullets, a new semi-automatic rifle, and a red bracelet from a girl waiting at home. Let's go hunt some pigs. The young guard escorting us, Guo maybe 18 or 19, spotted Red and immediately lost his mind. Is that Elijah Red? I've never seen one this big. His parents were Elijah Red and a black wolf dog. Incredible bloodline. I need to see this beast hunt. Yeah, buddy, get in line. Everyone wants to see my dog in action. I'd love to keep a low profile, but when your hunting companion looks like he bench presses other dogs for fun, that's not really an option. Xiaojia spent the entire walk to the weapons department trying to play with Red, clicking his tongue, making kissy noises, waving his hands. Red ignored him completely. Every single time. But the kid kept trying like some kind of optimistic lunatic. I respect that dedication to failure. At the weapons depot, we had to check in all our dangerous stuff. Guns, axes, knives, and dangerous animals. The storage guy took one look at Red and genuinely seemed afraid for his life. Fair. Red is basically a muscle sculpture with teeth. I tied him up, gave him the "don't eat anyone" speech, and he yawned and flopped down for a nap. Your dog is so well trained, Xiaojia said, amazed. Oh, it's nothing, I said modestly, conveniently leaving out the part about magical red pills from an interdimensional pocket universe. We met the commune secretary next, Chang Guanlin, a refined-looking middle-aged man with graying temples and a mouse suit draped over his shoulders. He shook our hands and got straight to business. East Mountain production team needs help. Wild boars destroyed 3 acres of corn a few days ago. Everyone else has already been sent to other teams. Can you two go there? I stood up straight and delivered my best line of the year. We are bricks of the organization. Wherever we're needed, that's where we go. Wang Qingshan looked at me with pure jealousy. The man can shoot a bear between the eyes, but can't come up with a good slogan to save his life. Secretary Chang gave me an amused look. He liked that one. We got a donkey cart to East Mountain. Xiaojia rode with us. Turns out he's actually from that production team, recruited to work at the commune. His family still lives there. The kids still hadn't given up on befriending Red. At this point, I think Red was actively pretending Xiaojia didn't exist just to mess with him. We arrived around 5 in the afternoon. Xiaojia led us straight to the cornfields where we met the team leader, old Guo Xianghong, a weathered farmer with a sickle in his hand and red-rimmed eyes. The man wiped his hands on his pants before shaking mine, like he wanted to be presentable for us. Then his voice cracked. Comrades, we've been waiting for you. The boars came down again. More crops destroyed. A few more raids, and we lose 30 to 40% of our harvest. You being here gives us hope. That hit me right in the chest. These people work all year, bent over black soil, sun beating down, and some oversized pigs are about to steal everything. No wonder they looked at us like we were superheroes. Old Guo wanted to throw us a welcome dinner. I looked at the sky. Sun was already going down. Team leader Guo, let's skip dinner. Get us a place to drop our bags. Then we're heading into the mountains immediately. He blinked. Isn't that too rushed? Don't you need rest? It's almost evening. That's prime pig time. Boars feed at night. During the day they hide. But once the sun drops, they come down for the corn. This is our best window. The old man's eyes lit up like I'd just told him Christmas came early. I could tell he'd been worried the commune was brushing his team off by sending just 2 hunters. Now he was recalculating. Wang Qingshan got placed at a widow's house. She had a spare room. I moved in with Xiaojia's family. The second his parents heard I was here to kill boars, they treated me like royalty. His mom immediately busted out their precious white flour, the good stuff they'd been saving, and started making flatbread. By the time I had my gear squared away, the kitchen smelled like fresh-baked heaven. These people were giving me their best food because wild pigs were eating their future. No pressure or anything. Time to earn that flatbread. Xiaojia's mom came out with a basket of hot flatbread and practically shoved it into my arms. I tried to give her a food ration ticket, seemed only fair, but she refused like I'd offered her a live scorpion. You're here to kill the pigs destroying our crops. We can't let you work on an empty stomach. I stuffed the ticket into Xiaojia's hand before she could argue, grabbed some flatbread, wrapped it in cloth, and power walked out of there before she could throw the ticket back at me. Behind me I could hear her yelling, "Hey, young man," but I was already gone. Speed is survival, whether you're dodging wild boars or stubborn Andes. Up on the mountain ridge, we formed our hunting party. Wang Qingshan carried his gun plus a sharpened stick with a knife lashed to the end. Homemade spear, very caveman chic. He also had a whip and a hand axe, because apparently one weapon is never enough. I had the Type 56 semi-auto. Xiaozha brought up the rear as our support guy, carrying spare ammo and medical supplies like a walking supply depot. And out front, Red, my furry weapon of mass destruction. All business now. No more lazy napping. His eyes were sharp, every muscle coiled. Woof! Red stopped dead near a gully and barked once. I rushed over. What did you find? A pig trail. Wild boars are creatures of habit. They use the same paths over and over like commuters on a highway. And this highway led straight down to the cornfields. Xiaozha, what's at the bottom of this trail? The corn. His eyes went dinner plate wide. I grinned. Having a dog with a nose like a guided missile makes hunting almost unfair. So what's the plan? Xiaozha asked eagerly. We wait. Wang Qingshan's face lit up. Classic ambush. Find the road. Park yourself on it. Let the prey come to you. I sent Red off with Wang Qingshan to flush pigs our direction, while Xiaozha and I found our shooting position. I picked a big old oak tree with a perfect fork in the branches, natural gun rest. Tested it. First branch, too wobbly. Second branch, rock solid. Perfect. Then I turned to Xiaozha. Hey, do you need to pee? What? The kid looked at me like I'd switched languages mid-sentence. No, I'm good. Cool. Hold my gun. I'll be right back. I walked about 50 meters up the trail and just went. Right there. In the middle of the pig path. No bush, no tree stump, no modesty whatsoever. I could feel Xiaozha staring at my back in confusion. But here's the thing, it wasn't random. Wild boars have sensitive noses. A nice puddle of human scent right on their trail would make them hesitate for just a second. And a second is all I need. Xiaozha, bless his heart, didn't understand any of that. He was just standing there thinking, this guy is really casual about things. I zipped up, walked back, took my gun, set it in the tree fork, and waited. Xiaozha, stay 30 meters behind me. Your job is backup shots only. Do not shoot before me. Clear, clear. Backup only. He scurried into position with my break-action shotgun, looking deadly serious. Good kid. Then it started. Woof, woof, woof. Crack. Wang Qingshan's whip split the air. Xiaozha's hands immediately got sweaty. I could practically hear his heartbeat from here. He was wiping his palms on his shirt and gripping the gun so tight his knuckles probably went white. Xiaozha, don't be nervous. Backup shots only. Got it, got it. I didn't move. Didn't flinch. Eyes locked on the trail, finger resting on the trigger like it lived there. Then I heard it. A furious beast roar, and through the brush came a tusked wild boar charging straight at us like a hairy cannonball of rage. And ahead of it, a red blur, my dog, sprinting toward me at full speed with an extremely angry pig on his tail. The gap was closing fast. Xiaozha was losing his mind behind me. Shoot, shoot. The pig is right there. Red's going to get crushed. I could feel his panic radiating like heat off a stove, but I didn't pull the trigger. Not yet. Brother Zhao, what are you waiting for? Xiaozha finally cracked and screamed out loud. Red is going to get hurt. I didn't answer. Didn't move. Kept waiting. The boar thundered forward, and then hit the spot. My spot. 50 meters up the trail. Its nostrils caught the smell. And for one beautiful fraction of a second, its brain went, wait, what is that? And it slowed down. Red dodged sideways like a red lightning bolt. And there it was, a 400-pound wild boar, standing perfectly still in my crosshairs, confused by pee. Ladies and gentlemen, tactical urination. Red dodged sideways at the exact perfect moment, right as twilight snapped into full darkness. That split second when the last sliver of sunlight vanishes? Boars go temporarily blind. This massive pig was charging full speed into pure blackness with no brakes. Bang, 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 bang. 5 rounds. Same spot. The Type 56 semi-auto sang like a beautiful instrument of pork destruction. 2 bullets punched clean through. One cracked through the fat layer. One buried into the muscle. And the last one? Straight through the heart. Good night. The boar's enormous body skidded across the ground like a hairy toboggan, carving a long groove in the dirt. Behind me, total silence. Xiaozha had forgotten he existed. Xiaozha, give me the shotgun. The kid snapped awake like someone threw cold water on him. He raised the gun and started aiming, but I grabbed the barrel. Xiaozha, you okay? His face was bright red. Brother Zhao, I got distracted watching you. Yeah, I noticed. Some backup you are. I patted his shoulder. Kids green as grass. But I didn't come here expecting the commune to give me a Navy SEAL. I bit down on the flashlight, held the shotgun ready, and crept toward the fallen boar. Red had circled back and was orbiting the carcass like a shark, clearly wanting payback for being chased. It's enormous, Xiaozha whispered. 400 pounds. Easy. I picked up a rock the size of my fist and hurled it at the pig's body. Thud. No reaction. Not faking. Good. It's actually dead. Then Wang Qingshan came stumbling down the hill, dragging something behind him with ropes over both shoulders. I want to meet him. Brother Wang, what happened? Weren't you with Red chasing the pig? He looked exhausted and annoyed. Tiangliang, your dog is too good. He did everything by himself. Didn't need me at all. When we found this big boar, it had 2 piglets following it. Red lured away the big one solo, so I just went after the babies. Bro, what's a runner basket? Xiaozha asked. I laughed and shined my flashlight behind Wang Qingshan. 2 striped little wild piglets, tied up and barely moving. 5 or 6 months old. Runner baskets, hunter slang. Xiaozha, go get the villagers. This pig's too heavy for 3 guys. The kid sprinted downhill like his pants were on fire. Wang Qingshan collapsed against the oak tree and stress-ate a cold mixed flour bun from his bag. I gutted the boar, drained the blood, pulled out the organs, tossed some to Red as a reward. He earned it, and hung some on the tree branches as an offering to the mountain spirit. Hunter tradition. You always thank the mountain. Then I sat down next to Wang Qingshan and watched him chew that sad, cold bun. Old Wang, what are you eating? Bun. Want half? Nah, I've got flatbread. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the cloth bundle. Still steaming. Still fragrant. His eyes went wide. How is that still hot? Good question. The answer involves an interdimensional storage space where time stands still, but I wasn't going to explain that. Just give me one. He shoved his cold bun back in the bag so fast, it was almost violent. We sat there under the stars, eating warm flatbread, drinking water, feeling pretty good about life. Then torches appeared through the trees. Xiaozha had brought the whole village. Old team leader Guo Xianghong marched up and grabbed both our hands, voice shaking with emotion. Comrades, Xiaozha told us everything. You stopped the boar before it could destroy more corn. Thank you. Then one villager held his torch over the dead pig and froze. Guys, it's the Bald Reaper. The Bald Reaper. Apparently this particular boar was infamous. Bald patch on its head, hence, bald, and Reaper, because it had been leading the raids on their fields for who knows how long. Public enemy number 1. The big boss. The final villain. And I just turned it into Swiss cheese. The crowd erupted. One guy immediately started punching and kicking the dead pig's head. Take that. Give us back our grain, you bald piece of. Yeah. Hit it. People were literally crying and beating up a dead pig. Years of frustration being unleashed on 400 pounds of cooling pork. It was equal parts heartbreaking and hilarious. Then someone spotted the 2 piglets tied to the tree. The babies too. Kill them. Justice for our corn. A farmer charged at the piglets with murder in his eyes. Oh no you don't. Wait. Stop. Spare the pigs. Wang Qingshan and I tackled the situation immediately, throwing ourselves between angry farmers and terrified baby boars, saving piglets from a vengeful mob. Just another Tuesday in my life. I blocked the angry farmer like a bouncer at a nightclub. Sir, please, spare the pigs. Why? Let me at them. Because they're useful alive. We follow the babies back to mommy's house, and then we find the whole nest. Once team leader Guo explained this to everyone, the murder mob calmed down and redirected their energy toward the dead pig instead. They brought out scales and everything. 462 pounds. Add back the blood and guts I'd already removed. This pig was a solid 500-pounder. The crowd went absolutely nuts. Xiaozha's writing hand was literally trembling as he recorded the number. I could see him doing the math. That monster nearly charged straight at us. Getting hit by 500 pounds of angry pork at full speed? You're not walking away from that. You're not walking ever again. Then the kid did something that nearly killed me when I heard about it later. He got curious about the P strategy. He walked 50 steps up from the oak tree, found the wet spot on the ground, squatted down, and sniffed it. I knew it. That wasn't random. It was a trap for the boar. He was so excited he whipped out his little notebook and started writing furiously. Mid-scribble, he looked up and locked eyes with Red, who was standing right there, staring at him with the most disgusted expression a dog has ever produced. Pure, unfiltered judgment. Red literally rolled his eyes, then trotted away to find me. Like, I can't be associated with this human. Poor Xiaozhi jumped up and backed away from the spot, panicking. I was taking notes. I don't have weird hobbies. Come back. Let me explain. Too late. The dog had already filed his report. After the excitement died down, Xiaozhi pulled out the official distribution rules. According to commune policy, the pig's head and right leg go to the hunters. Half the remaining meat goes to the production team, the other half to the commune headquarters. Team leader Gua's eyes got misty. Tell Secretary Chang we won't forget his kindness. Then the old man asked me and Wang Qingshan how we wanted our share, the head and the leg. Wang Qingshan immediately backed out. Tianliang, your dog found it. Your dog chased it. Your bullets killed it. This is all yours. I'm not thick-skinned enough to claim credit. Fair enough. So I made my decision. Team leader Gua split the head and leg between the two families hosting us. One gets half, the other gets the rest. The old man stared at me like I'd just donated a kidney. But we can't take you're giving us a place to sleep. That's not free. Consider it rent. Here's the thing nobody at that table knew. I have 100 of these bald reapers sitting in my spatial dimension right now. I have so many pig legs stored up I could open a restaurant and never run out. Giving away one head and one leg is like tossing pocket change. We compromised. I asked the host families to make braised pig head for everyone, and they could keep the leg as payment for their trouble. The old man finally accepted. Everyone headed down the mountain with torches. I carried Red's ego. Wang Qingshan dragged 2 tied-up piglets, and we all descended like a weird parade. Back at the team headquarters, the leaders cracked open the booze. Celebration time. Wang Qingshan and I aren't the type to turn down a drink after a hunt, so we sat right down. When the braised pig had arrived, it smelled incredible. They pulled Xiaozhi over to join us. I don't drink, he started. Can't drink? You can still eat. Wang Qingshan yanked him into a seat. 3 drinks later, the kid was face down on the table. Unconscious. Gone. Departed this realm. Wang Qingshan threw his arm around my shoulder and pointed at the comatose teenager. Tianliang, this kid is hopeless. With that alcohol tolerance, he'll never climb the ranks. Can't even take a drink for his boss. I laughed and tossed Red a bone to chew on. Everyone else was various degrees of wrecked. Team leader Gua's nose was glowing red like a Christmas light. The other cadres were slurring their words. Me? Stone sober. Someone had to be responsible. I hauled Xiaozhi's limp noodle body onto my shoulder, whistled for Red, and headed home. Xiaozhi's mom was waiting up. Of course she was. Back already? Have some dumpling soup. Sober up a little. She held out a bowl of steaming red and white soup, and honestly, after killing a legendary pig, peeing strategically, saving baby boars from a mob, and carrying a drunk teenager home, soup sounded perfect. I handed Xiaozhi's unconscious body to his older brother, a dark-skinned guy who looked like he'd seen this before, and took the bowl of tomato dumpling soup from Andy Liu. One sip and I was sweating. In the best way. Hot, tangy, perfect. Then she handed me chopsticks and told me to eat the actual dumplings too. I'd had plenty of braised pig head and booze, but no real carbs, so my stomach was doing that thing where it's full but unsatisfied. Few bites of flour dumplings later. Perfection. The circle was complete. Auntie Lou tried to give me back the pig leg. She'd even started processing it for me. I had to practically arm wrestle an elderly woman to make her keep it. These people, I swear. Next morning. Dawn. I was up and training in the yard like clockwork. Punches, breathing exercises, the whole routine. A blend of ancient techniques my grandfather taught me and modern athletic training I'd picked up. Custom built for my body. Not something I can teach just anyone. I only gave my apprentice the baby version because I didn't want to accidentally break him. Xiaozhi stumbled out of his room holding his head like it might fall off, saw me training, and instantly sobered up 3 notches. Brother Zhao, do you train like this every day? Every day? Winter cold, summer heat. No excuses. He watched me move through my forms with his jaw hanging open. That looks way more advanced than what they teach us at the Armed Forces Department. Must be your imagination. I'm just messing around. I left him standing there buffering like a broken computer. Breakfast was more dumpling soup. Bless Andy Liu. Then I grabbed Red, collected Xiaozhi, and went to find Wang Qingshan. When we got to his host's place, I found him chatting and laughing with the widow. Old Wang, Seems like we came at a bad time. We'll be at the livestock shed. Come find us whenever you're done. His face went through about 6 colors. He scrambled to grab his stuff and chase after us. Wait. Wait for me. Xiaozhe was already wiggling his eyebrows. Brother Wang, Widow's son is actually really nice. She's very caring, and wait. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Let's talk about the hunting plan. I was disappointed, honestly. I thought I was about to get some juicy gossip, but the man clammed up faster than a startled oyster. Today's plan is simple, I said. Release the baby pigs. Follow them home. Wipe out the whole nest. Xiaozhe's scalp went numb. Brother Zhao, there's only 3 of us. Taking out an entire boar colony isn't that a bit much? I waved him off. Last night at dinner, the old team leader told me about the local pig situation. The bald reaper was the boss, the biggest, meanest, most destructive one. And we already turned him into dinner. Without their leader, the rest are just regular pigs with attitude problems. I had the Type 56 semi-auto. As long as I had bullets, wild boars were just target practice with extra steps. We grabbed the 2 piglets from the livestock pen, hiked back up to yesterday's gully, and cut them loose. The second those ropes came off, both babies bolted in the same direction like their tails were on fire, running straight home to mommy. Perfect. Aren't we chasing them? Xiaozhe looked frantic. Relax. Let the little pigs run for a while. I found a shady spot and sat down. After yesterday, Xiaozhe trusted my judgment enough to shut up and sit next to me. We killed time chatting. He asked about training techniques. I gave him a few pointers, and the kid memorized every word like I was handing him sacred scripture. Wang Qingshan leaned against a tree watching us. Tianliang, you know way too much for an ordinary hunter. You're definitely not from a normal background. He'd heard about my amnesia. Felt sorry for me. Figured I came from somewhere impressive before I lost my memories. As for people who suspected I was faking, Wang Qingshan thought that was ridiculous. Who in their right mind would choose to fake amnesia and settle down in the middle of nowhere? Even during the years when enemy spies were everywhere, not a single one bothered visiting our backwater village. That's how unimportant we are. After enough time had passed, I stood up. Let's move. Red immediately stuck his nose in the air, caught the piglet's scent trail, and launched forward like a furry red missile. Follow him. I sprinted after Red. Wang Qingshan was right behind me with his knife. Xiaozhe fumbled his backpack and brought up the rear, probably questioning all his life choices. We ran a full half-mile before Red finally slowed down, those almond-shaped eyes locked on something ahead. A hole in the ground. We found the nest. Brother Zhao, why'd your dog stop? Because we're here. Wild Boar Cave. Xiaozhe looked at me like I'd just announced we were raiding a dragon's lair. Which, honestly, wasn't too far off. First order of business, scope the place out. We circled the area without getting close enough for the pigs to smell us, and found 3 back exits plus the main entrance. Classic boar real estate, multiple emergency doors. We plugged up 2 of the exits, left one open for Wang Qingshan to guard. Then I brought Xiaozhe and Red to the front door. Now here's where it gets beautiful. I reached into my bag and pulled out a handful of corn kernels, sprinkled them on the ground in a funnel shape leading away from the cave entrance, like a trail of candy leading out of a gingerbread house. Except this fairy tale ends with bullets. The piglets haven't eaten all night, I explained to Xiaozhe as I backed up behind a tree and set up my rifle. They were too busy running for their lives to grab dinner. They're starving. His eyes lit up. He got it. We waited. Sure enough, one little striped piglet poked its snout out. Beady eyes scanning left, right. No scary humans. Coast clear. It tiptoed forward. Found the first corn kernel. Chomp. Oh, that's good. More tiptoeing. More kernels. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Then piglet number 2 stuck its head out, saw its sibling having the time of its life, and thought, dinner, and charged out to join the feast. 2 baby pigs, happily munching away, completely unaware they were walking deeper into my trap with every bite. 10 meters from the cave now. Then from inside the cave, a sharp, angry grunt. Mama pig calling her kids back. Get ready, I whispered. Big one's incoming. The piglets ignored their mother. They'd found free corn, and nothing in the universe was going to stop them. Every parent knows this feeling. Calling your kids for dinner while they're glued to something more interesting. 2 adult boars finally emerged, smaller than the bald reaper, but still plenty dangerous. They tried nudging the babies back inside. The babies refused. More corn. Must eat more corn. Then the adults smelled it too. Oh, oh that is good. One by one, they gave in, started eating, moved further from the cave, let their guard down completely. Here's the thing about free stuff, little piggies, it always has a price tag. And the price of this corn was your lives. Bang, bang. 2 shots, 2 hits, both adults tagged in the chest. One squealed and charged straight at me, because of course it did. The other turned and ran for the cave, pushing the babies ahead. The charging one was a problem. My bullet was buried in its fat, but hadn't reached anything vital, and now it was coming at me like a furry freight train fueled by rage. I swapped the Type 56 for my break-action shotgun, shorter range, but way more stopping power. Closer, closer. Now, bang, shot it through the eyeball. Bullet went in through the eye socket and straight into the brain. The boar's front legs buckled mid-charge, and it skidded across the ground, plowing 2 trenches in the dirt before stopping 5 feet from me. I calmly reloaded and gave it one more for good measure. Professional courtesy. Meanwhile, the other adult was limping toward the cave with the babies when a certain red lightning bolt appeared behind it. Red, my beautiful, devious genius of a dog, didn't fight it head-on. Oh no. He circled around to the back end and started biting its. Let's call it the vulnerable southern region. One wrong bite there, and you're pulling intestines out like spaghetti. The boar had to stop and face Red. And that one moment of hesitation sealed its fate. Red, my dog jumped clear. The boar stood there confused for exactly 1 second. Bang! I hit the same spot where my first bullet was already lodged. The new bullet pushed the old one deeper, through the fat, through the muscle, straight into the heart. 2-for-1 bullet combo. Creative recycling. Thud. Down it went. The 2 piglets escaped into the cave though, protected by their mother's last sacrifice. Respect, Mama Pig. Respect. Xiaozha came running up, staring at the dark cave mouth. Do we go in after the babies? Absolutely not. We don't know how many are in there. In a tight tunnel with no room to dodge. 1 charging boar means we're dead. 0 stars, would not recommend. I pulled out something I'd bought at the supply co-op a while back and never thought I'd actually use. Firecrackers. Lit the fuse, whipped them into the cave like a grenade. Pop, 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 pop. Panicked squealing erupted from inside. Beautiful music. Xiaozha, I've got 2 more strings. Throw them both in, then hide. Red, guard this entrance. Watch everything that comes out. Then I sprinted to the back exit where Wang Qingshan was waiting. My gut told me the pigs would try to escape through the side door. Because if MY house was suddenly full of exploding firecrackers, I definitely wouldn't be using the front door either. What came out of that side tunnel was not what we expected. This wasn't a regular wild boar. This was a veteran. An old mountain pig that had survived God knows how many hunts. Its bristles were so long and tangled they'd knotted together. And its body? Covered in what hunters call mud armor, layers of pine resin, tree bark, and dirt packed together into a thick, crusty shell. Like a pig wearing medieval plate armor. Black, ugly, and absolutely terrifying. Wang Qingshan screamed at it. Partly to be brave, partly hoping to scare it. The old pig didn't even blink. It lowered its broken tusks and charged at him like it had a personal vendetta. Wang Qingshan cracked his whip. Nothing. Threw his axe at it. Didn't even check if it hit, and ran. The forest was thick enough that he could dodge between trees, but this pig was smart. It cut angles. It predicted turns. Several times those tusks came inches from catching him. Finally, he jumped onto a thick tree and climbed for his life. Safe. Nope. The pig started ramming the tree. Full speed. Over and over. The whole trunk was shaking like an earthquake. Tianliang, hurry up. This thing is gonna knock the tree down and kill me. I arrived and took my shot. Bang. The bullet hit the mud armor and basically said, nah. It penetrated a little, sure, but it was like punching a brick wall through a mattress. The pig grunted, got angr, and rammed the tree even harder. Ichiwai, Wang Qingshan yelled down at the pig. He shot you. Not me. Why are you ramming my tree? Valid question. This pig was certifiably insane. Pig sir, please stop. I'm going to die up here. I repositioned and found an angle on its ear. Less armor coverage there. Deep breath. Hold. Bang. Blood sprayed. Direct hit. The pig screamed, but kept ramming. I lit it up, shot after shot at the same ear. But the crafty old beast turned its head and caught the next few rounds on its armor plating. Smart. Too smart. This pig had been dodging hunters since before I was born. Then it did something I absolutely did not expect. It stopped ramming the tree, turned, and charged straight at me. You sneaky. It had been playing possum on Wang Qingshan, waiting for me to reveal my position. The whole tree ramming thing was bait. This pig was using tactics. I shouldered the rifle and ran. Swapped to my shotgun, better for close quarters. Every time I gained distance, I'd spin and pop around into it. And that's when I noticed the crack. The mud armor wasn't perfect. At the shoulder joint, where the plates overlapped, there was a gap, and all that tree ramming had widened it. If I could break the armor open there, the pig was finished. I started targeting that crack. Shot after shot. The mud splintered and chipped. The gap grew wider. But then the pig cornered me at the edge of a steep gully. Nowhere left to run. It stopped and stared at me with these ancient, knowing eyes. Almost smirking. Cute. You're trapped, little human. Heh. You want my life? Come and take it. I put the guns away. Both of them. Drew my hunting knife instead. At this distance, guns were more dangerous than helpful. One missed shot, and I'd be reloading while getting impaled. The old pig charged. And I danced. Some footwork my grandfather taught me that has no business being as effective as it is. I wove around the pig's rushes, slashing at its ear and that shoulder crack every chance I got. The knife was too light to do real damage, but I was bleeding it slowly. Death by 1,000 cuts. The pig was getting frustrated. This skinny two-legged creature was supposed to be easy. Tianliang. Use this. Wang Qingshan came sprinting back. He'd gone to retrieve his axe. He hurled it at me like a tomahawk throw. I dropped the knife and snatched the axe handle out of the air. And then I did something only I can do. I reached into my spatial dimension, just a crack, just enough, and released a wave of concentrated blood scent. The accumulated stink of 100 dead animals blasted directly at the old pig's sensitive nose. The pig froze, just for a heartbeat, overloaded by the smell of death. That heartbeat was all I needed. I swung the axe into the shoulder crack with everything I had, the blade buried deep. I ripped it sideways. The mud armor exploded off in chunks. Left hand already held my shotgun. I jammed it against exposed flesh and pulled the trigger. Die. The mud armor cracked open like an egg, pink flesh exposed underneath. I jammed the shotgun right against the bare skin and pulled the trigger. Bullet went straight through the heart. I jumped back immediately. The old pig let out one last sad groan and crashed down in a cloud of dust. Didn't get back up. My right hand was shaking. The kickback from hitting that armor had rattled my bones pretty good. But I was alive and the pig wasn't, so I'm calling that a win. Wang Qingshan came running over. Tianliang, are you hurt? I shook my head. He checked me over, confirmed I was fine, then marched straight up to the dead pig and kicked it in the head. You almost killed me, you old monster. How's that feel? Then something gray and gross plopped out of the pig's mouth. Covered in blood. Wang Qingshan leaped backward. It's playing dead. The old freak is playing dead. I rushed over to check. Nope, it was just a chunk of fungus that fell out. I used my knife to flip the pig's mangled ear open and... Oh. The entire ear canal was stuffed with gray-white fungus. Growing into its brain. Wang Qingshan nearly lost his breakfast. What is that? Why is it so disgusting? Fungal infection. Growing inside its skull. That's why this psycho pig kept ramming my tree instead of chasing you. Its brain was full of mushrooms. Mystery solved. The pig wasn't tactically genius. It was literally brain damaged and fixated on the first thing that screamed at it. Wang Qingshan was just unlucky enough to yell first. Can we eat it? Probably not. Even without the brain fungus, this meat is older than your grandfather. You'd break your teeth chewing it. Whatever. We report it. Get our grain reward. Let the bosses deal with fungus pig. Let's go check the cave. Old animals like this hoard stuff in their dens. Maybe there's treasure. Wang Qingshan was rubbing his hands together like a cartoon villain. Then he noticed I wasn't following him. Tianliang? What's wrong? I was standing frozen, clutching my head. My spatial dimension was going haywire. The second that old pig died, the space started shrinking, cramming itself down like someone was squeezing a balloon. I frantically fed it stored animal meat to expand it back. 110 cubic meters. 120, 150. I burned through 100 stored wild boar carcasses before the growth stopped at 300 cubic meters. Triple what I started with. All those boars gone. Consumed. Nothing left but a pile of tusks, bristles, and some mysterious yellow-black lumps I really wanted to examine but couldn't because Wang Qingshan was staring at me like I was having a stroke. I'm fine. Just adrenaline crash. Let's go. Back at the cave, Xiaozha and Red were each guarding an entrance like good soldiers. Xiaozha reported faint sounds still coming from inside. Probably just the scared piglets. Smoke them out. We blocked the last side exit, piled dry branches at the main entrance, and lit them up. Thick smoke poured into the cave like we were fumigating an apartment. Wang Qingshan and Xiaozha fanned the smoke in with makeshift leaf fans while I ran to the side exit and opened it up. Smoke started seeping through the cracks. The whole tunnel system was filling up. I stepped back, raised my gun, and waited. The two piglets came scurrying out first, coughing and panicked. Let them go. Red would handle them. Then more rustling from inside. Something else was in there. I tightened my grip on the gun. A tiny shadow stumbled out of the smoke. I squinted. That's not a pig. It was a puppy. A wolf dog puppy. Gray all over, big blue eyes blinking at me, little ears pressed flat against its head. It wobbled out of the cave like a drunk toddler who'd just survived a house fire. What on earth was a wolf dog puppy doing inside a wild boar cave? Did the old pig kidnap it? Was it living there as a roommate? Paying rent and cuteness? I grabbed the little thing by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. It didn't cry, didn't squirm, just stared at me with those round blue eyes while its four tiny legs paddled in the air like it was swimming through an invisible lake. I couldn't help but grin. Good temperament. Not scared. Curious instead of panicked. This little guy had potential. With some training, you could be a solid support dog. And if you've got real talent, maybe you'll give Red a run for his money as top dog. Somewhere behind me, I'm pretty sure Red's ear twitched. I had a puppy in one hand and a brilliant idea in my brain. Time to invest. I used my spatial dimension to whip up 3 red pills from stored animal meat. The second little black smelled those pills. He went absolutely mental. Whimpering, licking my fingers, wagging everything that could wag. Kid had good taste. 3 pills in, and the puppy started growing like someone hit fast forward on a nature documentary. Still not enough, though. I tossed in 2 more. 5 red pills total. That's my most expensive pet project yet. But when the growth finally stopped, standing before me was a full-grown black wolf dog. Pure midnight black from nose to tail. Ears standing straight up like radar dishes. Tail hanging low wolf style. Because, fun fact, black wolf dogs literally have wolf DNA. This wasn't just a dog. This was a dog that got its resume from the wolf side of the family. Now, Red is my bruiser. He's the guy who walks into a bar fight and doesn't leave until everyone's on the floor. Pure aggression, maximum muscle, refuses to retreat even when he should. A one-on-one king. Little Black is different, smarter, more flexible. The type who'd retreat, regroup, and trick you into running off a cliff. Less raw power, more endurance and strategy. If Red is a heavyweight boxer, Black is a marathon running chess player who also bites. You're black as obsidian, so your name is Xian Wang, the Dark King. But I'm calling you Little Black. He walked up to me, lowered his head, and submitted. Just like that. 5 minutes old in adult form, and already the most obedient dog I've ever seen. Didn't even need training. Wolf dogs are loyal to the bone, even more than Red, and Red would literally die for me. Worth every pill. Red had finished his own business, caught both piglets and broke their legs. Quick and efficient. I put the babies down and had both dogs carry one each back to the group. Little Black, being the genius he is, just watched Red for about 3 seconds and then copied him perfectly. No instructions needed. Red noticed this, seemed briefly threatened by having a competent coworker, then decided the new guy was acceptable. Office politics, dog edition. When we walked back to the cave entrance, Wang Qingshan and Xiaozha took one look at Little Black and panicked. Tianliang, there's a wolf behind you. Xiaozha pulled a knife. Wang Qingshan gripped his axe. Both looked ready to die heroic deaths. Relax. That's my new dog. You're new, how? We were apart for 20 minutes. Wang Qingshan's face went through every stage of grief and landed on pure jealousy. The man looked personally offended by my luck. Is there no justice in this world? How do you just find legendary dogs in caves? After the smoke cleared from the cave, we went in to explore. Red charged in first. Had to prove he was still top dog, naturally. Little Black followed calmly behind. He'd grown up in here, so he knew the layout. The fact that he was completely relaxed told me there was nothing dangerous left inside. The smell, though. Holy mother of. Imagine every bad smell you've ever experienced, combine them, multiply by 10, and stuff them into a tunnel. Wang Qingshan and I were gagging within seconds. What I asked that? Stop talking and breathe through your mouth. Let's just find what we came for. 50 meters in, the cave opened up into a wider chamber. I split up with Wang Qingshan to search. Little Black led me to a pile of bones. I looked closer, wolf bones. His parent, probably his mother. I went quiet for a moment. This puppy had been born in a boar cave, orphaned, somehow survived alongside wild pigs, and just waited for someone to find him. I wrapped the bones in cloth. I'd bury them properly later. Everyone deserves that much. Then Little Black tugged my pants leg and led me to a corner of the cave. I followed, shining my flashlight along the damp stone wall. And then, the light stopped on something growing on the rock. Dark brown, shaped like a wood ear mushroom. But growing in this environment, this rotten, damp, disgusting boar cave, there's only one thing it could be. Black Lingji, black spirit mushroom. My heart nearly exploded. This stuff is legendary medicine. Boosts the immune system, improves blood health, strengthens the body. Some of the claims are probably exaggerated folklore, but the immune system benefits? Those are real. And I have a girl back home with a terminal illness who needs exactly this kind of miracle. I checked it over with trembling hands. No rot. No insect damage. No mold. Perfect condition. Today I killed an armored fungus-brain pig, gained a wolf dog son, and found medicine that might save my future wife's life. Not a bad Tuesday. I carefully picked the black Lingji off the cave wall, and boom, my spatial dimension went nuts. 100 identical black Lingji mushrooms instantly sprouted inside my storage space. Perfect copies. Black and shiny and beautiful. So fungi trigger the 100 times multiplication too. Excellent. Naturally, my brain immediately went to the next level. If I could compress animal meat into red pills, could I compress these Lingji into some kind of super medicine pill? I focused hard, mentally pushing several mushrooms together, squeezing them smaller and smaller. Almost there. Almost a perfect pill shape. Poof. They exploded back into regular mushrooms. Like a failed science experiment in a cartoon. What went wrong? I was so close. Maybe the ingredients were too simple? Maybe I need to mix different herbs together? Filed that away for future experiments. For now, 100 regular black Lingji was still an incredible haul. Back to treasure hunting. I found a big flat rock covered in something shiny and black. Scraped a little off with my knife, brought it to my nose, and sweet mother of, nearly vomited my entire life history. The stench, like rancid pig grease concentrated into its purest, most offensive form. Which is exactly what it was. Wild boar oil paste. Generations of pigs had rubbed against this rock to scratch their itchy backs, leaving behind layers and layers of oil that hardened into this black gunk. Hunters call it black gold because it burns forever and supposedly cures frostbite. Gross? Absolutely. Valuable? Also absolutely. Scraped it all off. Wrapped it up. Checked my spatial dimension, no multiplication effect. So the space only multiplies living things of value. Good to know. Every failed experiment teaches me something. Around the corner, I found a face-sized chunk of dark, bristly material. Tapped the dust off and recognized it immediately. Wild boar felt. Compressed pig hair that builds up over years. The old armored pig's personal donation. Traditional medicine uses this stuff for treating certain nervous disorders. Right buyer, good money. Into the bag it went. After that, nothing but pig poop. Mountains of it. An archaeological dig through pig feces. 0 additional treasures. The cave had given me everything it had to offer. I went to find Wang Qingshan on the other side. Old Wang. Find anything good? His face told me everything. Don't even ask. I found nothing. Well, one thing. Half a ginseng root. And I had to dig it out of pig manure. He held up a sad, broken half root with his bare hand and started walking toward me to show it off. I took 2 big steps backward. Old Wang. You can stay over there. I can see it fine from here. Your hands, just stay over there. Then he noticed my arms were full of wrapped packages. His face fell. Tianliang. Those wouldn't happen to be treasures you found in the cave, would they? Huh. Got lucky. 3 good finds. 3? Tell me they're at least worth less than my half-eaten pig poop ginseng. Well, there's boar oil paste, wild boar felt, and oh yeah, a fist-sized black lingji mushroom. Wang Qingshan's eyes nearly launched out of his skull. The oil paste and felt? Sure, nice finds, whatever. But black lingji? That's rare medicine worth serious money. Are you sure it's lingji? You didn't mistake a wood ear mushroom for. Come outside and look for yourself. I can't breathe in here anymore. I'm pretty sure my clothes are going to smell like pig toilet for the rest of their existence. We scrambled out of that cave like it was on fire. When sunlight hit my face, I felt reborn. I stood there huffing fresh air like a man who'd just surfaced from drowning in a sewer. Team leader Guo walked over, glanced at my bundles, but didn't ask questions. Everything besides the wild boar meat was understood to be the hunter's personal loot. Unwritten rule. I appreciated the old man's class. Down the hill, villagers had brought their scales and knives. Some of them had literally dropped their corn harvesting sickles midfield to come help. In the clearing, a team of 6 or 7 men came hauling the armored old pig on their shoulders, chanting work calls. Heave, ho, heave, ho. They dropped that fungus-brain monster on the ground and immediately collapsed, gasping for air. Can't blame them. That thing was a tank. The butcher squad moved in with big knives and axes. Everything was going fine until they cracked open the skull. What's this white stuff growing in its brain? Is that brains? You ever seen brains that look like that? Maybe we should swap your brain with this pig's. The pigs would probably work better. Shut up, both of you. Can we still eat it? Sure. Just chop the head off. Meat is meat. Use the head as an offering to the mountain spirit. 2 guys grabbed axes and went to work on the pig's enormous skull with all the subtlety of lumberjacks attacking a tree stump. And that, folks, is how the Bald Reaper's fungal-infected sidekick met its final end. Chopped up by arguing farmers who couldn't agree on what brain fungus looks like. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of axes meeting pig skull is not something you want to hear on an empty stomach. The old pig's head finally came off and rolled sideways like a hairy, fungus-filled bowling ball. Xiaozhe's brother, big dark-faced guy with a sweet smile, picked up the head, pried out the 2 tusks, and brought them to me. Hunter comrade, these tusks are your trophy. The head is technically yours too, but since it's contaminated, we'd like to use it as an offering to the mountain spirit. That okay? Go for it. I'll take the tusks. They were spiral-shaped and broken at the tip, but still worth decent money. The brother carried the fungus head over to a rock, arranged some organs around it, and that was our mountain spirit ceremony done. Quick, efficient, slightly disgusting. I pulled Wang Qingshan aside to a quiet spot, while Red and Little Black were being pampered by villagers who were hand-feeding them lunch like they were royalty. Those dogs live better than most people. Tianliang, show me the lingji. Now, I unwrapped the cloth bundle in the sunlight. One perfect, glossy black lingji mushroom gleaming like dark treasure. Wang Qingshan's soul briefly left his body. It's real? You absolute dog. What kind of luck? He caught himself, remembered his own haul, and got even angrier. I spent 20 minutes digging through pig poop for a ginseng root that was already half-eaten. And you just stroll into a corner and find rare medicine, I grinned. Maybe I just treat the mountain spirit right. I'm always leaving him good food. This is probably his thank you gift. Wang Qingshan went completely silent. He couldn't argue with that logic. My hunting record means the mountain spirit eats better than most commune officials. So, you think if I burned some incense for the mountain spirit, my luck would change? Because honestly, meeting a brain-damaged pig that tries to murder specifically me is not the kind of fortune I signed up for. I actually started wondering if I should team up with this guy again. What if bad luck is contagious? Old Wang, I'm splitting the cave loot 50-50 with you. We took that cave together. Absolutely not. He waved his hands like he was swatting invisible bees. Those are your finds. You killed the old pig. You found everything. I just got chased into a tree and nearly died. I can't take your stuff. But here's the thing. Without Wang Qingshan screaming at that pig and getting chased, the armored pig wouldn't have rammed the tree. Its mud armor wouldn't have cracked, and I'd never have found the weak point. No weak point, no kill. No kill, no cave. No cave, no wolf dog, no lingji, no nothing. The man was essential whether he realized it or not. Plus, I'm literally cheating. My spatial dimension multiplies everything 100 times. Giving away half of one mushroom when I have 100 more sitting in my pocket dimension? That's not generosity, that's pocket change. Old Wong. Not negotiable. Take it. He finally caved, looking embarrassed and grateful at the same time. Fine. Consider it a debt. Whenever you need Old Wong, just call. Good. Because I knew he actually needed the money. His friends got hurt during the bear hunt, and he owed their families. This wasn't charity, it was the right thing to do. Then Xiaozhe came jogging over, waving his little notebook like a war correspondent with a breaking story. I've finished the calculations. What calculations? Turns out Secretary Chang had given Xiaozhe a whole secondary mission I didn't know about. Every hunting team got assigned a commune staff member, partly to help, partly to document everything. All the techniques, strategies, and results would be compiled into an official wild boar hunting manual for future reference. Because pig plagues happen every few years, and sending the military every time is expensive, training hunters using a standardized guidebook? Way cheaper. Smart leader. Actually doing useful things for his people. Rare breed. Then Wang Qingshan asked the question I'd been thinking about. Xiaozhe, how do the rewards work exactly? 10 pigs for a bicycle, 15 for a TV ticket. But a big pig and a piglet can't count the same, right? Secretary Chang thought of that. The standard is 200 pounds per pig. So for a bicycle, you need 2,000 total pounds of pig, however many animals that takes. And how much have we got so far? Xiaozhe checked his notes. 352 pounds. About 6 3/4 standard pigs. Most of that came from 2 monsters, the bald reaper at 462 pounds and the armored fungus pig. Those 2 alone accounted for over 900 pounds. The rest were piglets and today's adults. Wang Qingshan grabbed my shoulder. Did you hear that? 3 or 4 more pigs, and we get a bicycle. A bicycle. In the countryside, that's basically a Ferrari. I was excited too, but I wasn't about to stop there. Xiaozhe, are there more pig hunting assignments after this? The kid's face lit up, practically vibrating with excitement. The villagers can finally stop worrying about their crops. Your mission here is done. Great. But what's next? I was so close to that bicycle I could feel the handlebars. And beyond that, 15 standard pigs meant a television ticket. No way I was stopping now. Xiaozhe wasn't sure if there'd be more pig hunting missions, but he'd heard a few other areas were still getting wrecked by boars. Music to my ears. We decided to head back to the commune today, catch a ride with the cart delivering pig meat. But first, Team Leader Gua insisted we eat. You just saved our entire harvest. You're not leaving on an empty stomach. Wang Qingshan's belly growled so loud it basically answered for both of us. Fine. 1 meal. When we walked into the production team's communal dining hall, my jaw dropped. 2 big square tables pushed together, covered in food. Wild boar stew with glass noodles. Pig skin jelly. Stir-fried pig stomach. Scrambled eggs with scallions. Chicken braised with mushrooms. Wild vegetable meatball soup. And bottles of local liquor that looked not cheap. These people went all out. This wasn't a thank you lunch. This was a wedding banquet without the bride. Old Gua personally poured our drinks. If not for you two, we'd have lost who knows how much grain this year. Team Leader Gua, we were just doing our assigned job. The commune gives us rewards for performance. Nobody owes anybody. Nonsense. Hundreds of pairs of eyes saw what you did. We don't care why you came. We care that without you, we'd be ruined. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups. Glasses clinked. The liquor burned going down, and the food was incredible. Within 30 minutes, Wang Qingshan was unconscious. Again, the man's alcohol tolerance is genuinely concerning. I popped 2 pickled garlic cloves to clear my head, dragged Wang Qingshan's limp body to the widow's house for a nap. And yes, I noticed the coincidence. Thank you. Then went back to discuss business with Team Leader Gua. According to tradition, I was entitled to the pig heads and right legs from our kills. But I didn't want meat, I wanted grain. Gua's face lit up like I'd just offered him a Christmas present. You want to trade your share for grain? The villagers will love that. Back at the team headquarters, I met Xiaozhe's older brother again, Guadashan, the dark-skinned, gentle giant. He was standing there holding a cleaver with the quiet confidence of a samurai. That's Guadashan, said Team Leader Gua. We call him Gua One Chop. Gua One Chop? That is pretty intimidating. Oh, it's just a joke. But the man is talented. Ask for 1 pound of meat, and he'll chop exactly 1 pound. Not 1 gram more, not 1 gram less. 1 chop. Shouldn't his name be Gua 1 pound then? The old man burst out laughing. You know what? You're absolutely right. Villagers started streaming in with bags of grain. The system was beautiful in its simplicity. While one chop sliced their meat portion with surgical precision, they dumped their grain into my sacks. Everybody went home happy. But some people were sneaking in extras. Homemade pickled vegetables, bags of mountain goods, mushrooms, wood ear fungus, fern shoots, hazelnuts. The accountant noticed my confused face. Those are gifts, Hunter Zhao. They just want to thank you. No, that's too much. Give them more meat. If there's not enough, I'll cover the difference myself. It's really not much. Just people's gratitude. Please accept it. These villagers had almost nothing, and they were giving me their homemade pickles because I shot some pigs. I'm not going to lie. That hit me harder than any boar charge. After the last villager left clutching a chunk of pig head meat, the accountant handed me the final tally. Every trade recorded neatly. Grain, mountain goods, all of it. Everything checks out, Hunter Zhao. Want a review? I glanced at it. Looks good. I trust everyone. The accountant beamed. People like straightforward. 3 big burlap sacks of grain and mountain goods. I grabbed one, planning to come back for the others. But before I could turn around, Guadashin had already silently hoisted a second sack onto his shoulders and was standing there giving me his signature gentle smile. The man didn't say a word, just picked up my stuff and smiled, like a sweet, enormous, dark-skinned pack mule who happened to be excellent with a cleaver. I think I've accidentally adopted an entire village. Guadashin just silently picked up my grain sack and carried it to the livestock shed like it was his job. Didn't ask, didn't negotiate, just smiled and walked. This man communicates exclusively through smiles and heavy lifting. At the shed, 2 old guys were hitching up ox carts. One was already loaded with pig meat for the commune. A cart driver spotted me and tried to convince me to stay longer. You're such a good person, Hunter Zhao. Way better than the last hunters they sent us? I'm not sure if that's a compliment about me or an insult about the previous guys, but I'll take it. Time to collect my team. I sent Dashin to get Xiaozhe while I went to retrieve Wang Qingshan from the widow's house. When I got close, I heard his obnoxious honking laughter mixed with a woman's soft giggling. Wait a minute. This man was not drunk at lunch. He faked being unconscious so I'd carry him to her house, where he could wake up and play comedian for a pretty widow. I got played by a 40-year-old hunter pretending to be passed out. Respect the hustle, I guess. Old Wang. Time to go. Some grumbling and cursing from inside. Then he shuffled out looking like a kid being pulled away from a candy store. Caught red-handed, huh? He looked sheepish. She's really nice to talk to. You thinking about remarrying? Actually, yes. After we finish the commune bounty and I pay back what I owe for my injured friends, I'm going to propose to her. My blood ran cold. Old Wang. Buddy, you did not just say the thing. You absolutely did not just announce your romantic plans right before heading into dangerous combat missions. That's the #1 rule of every war movie ever made. The guy who says, when I get back, I'm going to marry her, is the guy who gets killed. And this is Wang Qingshan we're talking about. The man whose personal luck stat is probably in the negatives. The man who got specifically targeted by a brain-damaged pig. The man who finds half-eaten ginseng in poop while I find rare medicine on walls. Old Wang, maybe you should just go home? Skip the rest of the pig hunting? He puffed up his chest like a rooster. Go home? No. I'm going to kill pigs. Win prizes. Pay debts. Marry that woman. I put my hand over my face. For death flags in 1 sentence. A new personal record. Just try not to die, okay? Back at the shed, the whole crew assembled. Red and Little Black had been sunbathing and had to be physically dragged to the cart. I scolded Little Black. Don't learn Red's bad habits. He'd been with Red for less than half a day and already picked up the lazy sunbathing routine. Bad influences spread fast in the dog world. We climbed onto the ox cart. The driver cracked his whip. The ox received the signal, considered it carefully, and decided to completely ignore it. It walked at its own pace. You don't rush an ox. The ox rushes you. Or rather, it doesn't. At the village entrance, I saw something that shut me up. The entire village was there. Team leader Guo in front, and behind him, dozens of villagers. Men, women, kids, old folks. Some I recognized, some I'd never seen before. All waving goodbye. I raised my hand and waved back. Didn't say anything. Some moments don't need words. Meanwhile, back at the commune office, which I learned about later, Secretary Chong was reading Xiaozhe's report. The man went from curious to fascinated to absolutely terrified in about 3 pages. Xiaozha had written down everything. The pea strategy, the corn trap, the firecrackers, and most importantly, the armored old pig that nobody in local intelligence had even mentioned existed. Secretary Chang broke into a cold sweat realizing he'd casually sent 2 hunters and a teenager into an area containing a creature that could wipe out entire hunting crews. If we'd been less skilled, he would have had blood on his hands. He rushed to find us, wanting to meet these 2 miracle hunters, but we were already gone. The weapons department had immediately sent us to the next emergency, East Forest Brigade. Some hunter named Qian Jin was trapped in the mountains of the Lesser Xing'an Range and needed rescue. No rest for the talented, apparently. Secretary Chang stood there holding Xiaozha's report, mildly frustrated. "We'll meet again," he muttered. "Yeah, Secretary Chang. Something tells me you're right about that." Put put put. Our ride to East Forest Brigade was a Dongfeng Hong tractor. And by ride, I mean a vibrating metal box that tried to rearrange my internal organs over every bump in the road. But compared to the ox cart, this was basically a sports car. Xiaozha, is the commune really this short-staffed? They're sending us on a rescue mission. Wang Qingshan had been dreaming of a nice nap, maybe a hot meal, possibly another visit to a certain widow. Instead, the weapons department guy took one look at us walking through the door and said, "Perfect timing," with the energy of a man who'd been waiting to dump a problem on someone. The mission: rescue a famous hunter named Qian Jin, leader of the forward hunting crew. This guy's nickname was Mountain Expert, supposedly knew every inch of the surrounding mountains like the back of his hand, could set traps based on terrain alone. A real professional. And he'd been missing for 3 days. If a guy that good disappears in the mountains for 3 days, he's either dead or in very serious trouble. There's no third option. Tianliang, what do you think about this? What do I think? I think with my brain. Look, I had my own priorities. I needed 700 more pounds of pig to get a bicycle, and about 1,700 for a television ticket. That's roughly 8 or 9 more boars. East Forest was a big area with big mountains, plenty of pigs to go around. Find the missing guy, kill some boars, hit my quota. Simple math. I looked down at the red bracelet on my wrist. The little charm you etching made me. Once I finished here, I was going straight home to propose. That was the plan. Everything else was just pig-shaped obstacles between me and that moment. Put put put. The tractor driver said exactly 0 words the entire trip. Just stared at the road and drove. My kind of guy. Meanwhile, at East Forest Brigade headquarters, Qian Jin's crew was falling apart. His second-in-command, a big muscular guy named Yang Shirquan, was pacing around like a caged tiger. A one-eyed hunter they called Blind Six had just received a telegram confirming that reinforcements were coming. Finally, with support we can find Boss Qian faster. I know. Between protecting the local crops from pigs and searching for Boss Qian, I'm running on fumes here. They were exhausted, scared, and running out of hope. 3 days with no contact. For a man who knew these mountains like his own home, that was basically a death sentence. Then we showed up. 3 people, 2 dogs, on a tractor that farted black smoke. I could literally watch their faces fall in real time. It was like a slow-motion video of disappointment. That's IT. No backup behind them. A guy with a crew cut, someone called him Shizi, looked furious. The commune sent 3 people to help us? Are they mocking us? The brigade captain, Yang Xiangdong, tried to smooth things over. Now, they're comrades. They're here to help. Be polite. Yang Shirquan grunted something that technically counted as agreement. We climbed off the tractor, shook hands with the captain, and followed him to headquarters. The tractor driver immediately bounced, more deliveries to make. Not even a goodbye. Legend. Inside the meeting room, the 2 groups sat on opposite sides of 2 big square tables like rival gangs at a peace negotiation. On the left, the forward crew's 5 remaining members plus local officials. On the right, me, Wang Qingshan, and Xiaozha. 3 versus 10. Wang Qingshan shot me a look that clearly said, "This is complicated." I shrugged. If things got weird, we could always stall until the commune reassigned us somewhere with more pigs and less drama. Captain Yang laid out the situation. 3 days ago, Qian Jin organized a big group hunt. Started great. They herded the boar pack into an ambush circle. But one pig broke through the line, which caused a chain reaction that scattered the entire formation. Qianjin was in the worst position and got chased by multiple boars at once. They never found him. 3 days. Zero sign. The forward crew was holding it together by pure willpower and the hope that their leader was somehow still alive. As the captain told the story, I watched the forward crew members across the table. Hands clenching, jaws tightening, eyes getting red. These guys weren't just worried about a colleague. They were terrified of losing the man who built everything they had. And they were looking at our little 3-person, 2-dog team like we were a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Fair enough, but they hadn't seen what my Band-Aid could do yet. The forward crew was losing it. Yang Shirquan, the big guy, uncrossed his arms and dropped the tough act. Comrades, please help us find Boss Qian. Wang Qingshan hesitated. But it's been 3 days. Slam. The crew cut. Kid Shizi smashed the table and jumped up. 3 days, so what? Even if it's 10 days, Boss Qian is still alive. Yang Shirquan barked at him to sit down, then apologized to Wang Qingshan. Classic good cop, bad cop, except they were on the same team. Wang Qingshan backed off and played the practical card. We're here to hunt pigs, not find missing people, and if we waste time on a search, the commune won't be happy with any of us. Then Yang Shirquan made an offer that perked everyone's ears up. Before you arrived, we killed 3 boars. Haven't reported them yet. Help us search, even just look around, and we'll give you credit for 1 pig. Find Qianjin alive? All 3 are yours. Plus extra payment. Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up like slot machines hitting jackpot. Search for a guy, no pig fighting required, and get free pig credits? He turned to me for approval. Now, everyone at that table assumed Wang Qingshan was our leader because he's the biggest. Surprise, it's the young guy in the corner who hasn't said a word. Deal, I said. But here's what I didn't say out loud. While everyone was talking, I was watching, and I noticed something interesting. When the brigade captain described the hunt where Qianjin disappeared, most of the forward crew reacted normally, sad, angry, worried. But 2 of them didn't. The one-eyed guy, Blind 6, and another plain-looking member. They had this twitchiness, like people hiding something. Meanwhile, Shizi, the hothead who slammed the table, was the most genuine person in the room. Pure emotion, zero agenda. He just wanted his friend back. Something about this whole situation smelled worse than a boar cave. Qianjin was supposedly the best mountain navigator around, and he just vanished during his own carefully planned ambush. With his own crew surrounding him, I filed it away. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm here to hunt pigs. If helping find this guy means I get free pig credits, great. If things get sketchy, I tell Xiaozhi to radio the commune and we bounce. Simple exit strategy. We shook on the deal and got shown to our quarters, a proper brick house this time. Wang Qingshan was thrilled. Tiangyang, a real brick building. These big brigades have money. I couldn't resist. So if you had to choose, this fancy brick house or Widow Sun's mud wall cottage, his face went through a complete emotional journey. Can I pick both? Adults don't choose. Adults want everything. Xiaozhi, who'd been quietly making beds, chimed in defensively. Our East Mountain might be poor now, but someday every family will have brick houses too. Wang Qingshan realized he'd accidentally insulted the kid's hometown and scrambled to recover. Oh, absolutely. I believe in East Mountain. Great potential. It will get better, I told Xiaozhi. Your people are united. That's worth more than brick houses. When the winds of change blow through, there'll be plenty of opportunities, Xiaozhi beamed. That kid carries his whole village on his heart. But enough feelings. Time to plan. Wang Qingshan, now cross-legged on the sleeping platform, offered his tactical analysis for finding Qianjin. They searched for 3 days and found nothing. We probably won't either. So, we find the wild boars instead. Maybe Qianjin ended up inside one of their stomachs. At least we can tell his crew we checked. I stared at him. Old Wang, did you just suggest we look for this man inside a pig's digestive system? I mean, it's possible. You're terrible. But actually, you've got a point. We follow the pig trails. If we find the man, great. If we find pigs instead, we kill them. Win-win. See? I'm smart. You're something. Xiaozhi volunteered to come along without being asked. The kid had caught the hunting bug bad. I could practically see him fantasizing about quitting his government job to become a full-time hunter. But he'd never do it. His family sacrificed too much to get him that position. We headed out for dinner and ran straight into Yang Shirquan at the door. Perfect timing. My uncle prepared food and drinks. Come eat. At the captain's house, the spread was modest, noticeably less impressive than East Mountain's feast, and only the captain and his nephew were hosting. Interesting. A bigger, richer brigade giving us a smaller welcome than a poor little production team. I sat down next to Yang Shirkwan and said nothing. Observing mode activated. A few drinks in, Captain Yang Xiangdong casually asked, with his most innocent smile, "So, is the commune sending more reinforcements after you?" Wang Qingshan's face twitched. Even he could tell that question had layers. This place had politics thicker than boar mud armor. Everyone in this brigade seemed to be playing some kind of angle, and we'd walked right into the middle of it. Fun. Captain Yang. We came from the commune on a tractor, not from the weapons department's inner circle. We don't know their staffing plans. Wang Qingshan shut that line of questioning down cold. The brigade captain got snippy about it. The two men locked eyes like cowboys in a standoff, and then Yang Shirkwan smoothly stepped in with the diplomatic save. My uncle's just stressed about the crops. Didn't mean anything by it. Let's move on. I watched Yang Shirkwan defuse that situation like a bomb technician. For a guy built like a refrigerator, he had surprisingly delicate social skills. Interesting. Time to do some fishing of my own. Shirkwan, your crew, everyone always get along this well. He launched into a heartfelt speech about how Qian Jin saved all of them. Before the forward crew, they were nobodies struggling to survive. Especially old Lu. The guy was so broke he had to sell his own hunting dog. Qian Jin pulled them together, built the crew from nothing, turned their lives around. Old Lu even married a pretty wife who was about to have their first baby. So yeah, Yang Shirkwan said, eyes shining with respect, we're tight. Beautiful story. Except I'd been watching the room during yesterday's meeting, and old Lu, the man who supposedly owed Qian Jin everything, had been subtly resisting the idea of searching for his savior. That's like your firefighter refusing to look for the guy who pulled him out of a burning building. Something was very wrong there. And Blind Six, the one-eyed guy? Same energy. Hiding something behind that single eyeball. Meanwhile, Shizi the hothead? Cleanest conscience in the room. Just a kid who missed his friend. I mentally sorted everyone into two categories. Genuinely wants Qian Jin found, and maybe doesn't. Then I decided, not my problem. I'm here for pigs. I'll look for the missing guy along the way because we made a deal, but I'm not diving into whatever soap opera is happening inside this hunting crew. More information means fewer surprises though, so I kept listening and filing things away. After dinner, Wang Qingshan and Xiaozhou were both hammered. Again, I had to carry two drunk men back to our brick house like a human forklift. This was becoming a pattern. I should start charging taxi fees. Once they were dumped on the sleeping platform, I went outside into the cold night air. Years of training meant I barely felt it. Red and Little Black came trotting over immediately, tails going crazy. Hungry, I cracked open my spatial dimension just a sliver. The concentrated blood scent of hundreds of stored animal carcasses hit them like a wall. Red tensed up, but held steady. He'd been through this training before. Little Black started shaking. Hold it. The longer you endure, the stronger you get. This was my secret training method. Expose the dogs to the overwhelming killing aura from the space. Force them to face it, build their courage. Red had gone through this enough times that he could stand firm now. Little Black was the new recruit getting hazed. I watched Little Black's eyes carefully. Slowly, a red tint crept into his pupils. His dormant wolf bloodlust was waking up. Good boy. I shut the space, pulled out 2 chunks of bear meat, and let them feast. Then 1 red pill each for dessert. Gotta keep investing in the squad. Next morning, dawn training. Me shirtless in the yard, Wang Qingshan and Xiaozhou copying my movements behind me like backup dancers who'd only learned half the choreography. Brother Zhao, your form is incredible, Xiaozhou gushed. Do it every day for 15 years. You'll get there, ha! Impressive moves. Yang Shirkwan appeared carrying a basin of steamed buns, grinning. He'd apparently been watching for a while, but didn't want to interrupt. Then he casually dropped. So when are you heading out? I'll tell Shizi and the boys to meet up with you. I took the buns from his hands. Shirkwan, I think there's a misunderstanding. His smile froze. What do you mean? We work alone. 3 of us, our own route. You guys take a different path. 2 teams cover more ground than 1. Better odds of finding your boss. Translation, I don't trust everyone in your crew. I spotted at least 2 suspicious members. and I'd rather hunt pigs without worrying about getting stabbed in the back by someone's internal drama. But I said it nicely. Yang Shirkwan laughed it off. Fair enough. 2 teams it is. But be careful out there. The mountains are crawling with boars. That's how Boss Qian got into trouble in the first place. He walked away genuinely concerned for us. The big guy actually liked me after last night's drinks. Felt a little bad turning down his offer, but mixing with that crew was asking for trouble. Whatever was going on between old Lu, Blind Six, and the missing Qian Jin, I was going to stay exactly far enough away to not get splashed when it inevitably exploded. Pigs first. Drama never. After Yang Shirkwan left with his empty bun basin, Xiaozhe immediately started questioning my decision. Brother Zhao, Yang Shirkwan seems like a good guy. Why not team up with them? A professional hunting crew means less danger for us. Wang Qingshan chuckled darkly. Xiaozhe, sometimes the most dangerous things in the mountains aren't the animals. The kid's hand froze mid-chew. His eyes went saucer-wide. Brother Wang, are you saying you suspect? Not me. Him. Wang Qingshan pointed at me. If Tianliang thought everything was fine, he wouldn't have rejected that offer so fast. Xiaozhe turned to me with those big questioning eyes. I grabbed a bun and shoved it into his mouth. Is this bun not big enough to plug that hole in your face? Listen, I have suspicions. That's all. Don't discuss it again. If someone overhears, they'll think we're spreading rumors. We're here to kill pigs. Don't get involved with these people. Don't get cozy with them. Understood. He nodded with a bun sticking out of his mouth like a chipmunk. I don't think he understood at all, but he trusted me enough to follow orders. Good enough. 3 grown men with hunting appetites demolished that entire basin of buns in about 4 minutes. Then we suited up. This was my favorite part. Wang Qingshan reached into his bag and pulled out his new military boots like they were made of diamonds. He just stared at them, cradling them in his hands. Old Wang, they're boots. Put them on your feet, but they're so beautiful. I've never owned anything this nice. I can't just wear them into a dirty mountain. A shoe that stays in the bag is a bag. Put them on. He reluctantly slid them on, stomped the floor twice, and his face transformed into pure bliss. These feel amazing. They should. Each boot cost us 3 wild boar tusks. Every tusk we collected at East Mountain went into getting those. Back at the commune, I'd upgraded our entire loadout. Traded boar tusks and favors to squeeze 2 pairs of surplus military boots out of the quartermaster. Technically, defective stock, but 1,000 times better than what we'd been wearing. Our ammo was topped off too. Secretary Chong had given us 10 rounds each originally, but we'd burned through all of them plus our personal stash at East Mountain. When the weapons department guy heard our kill count, he didn't just replace what we used, he tossed in an extra 40 rounds. Apparently, killing legendary armored pigs earns you bonus bullets. Guns loaded, knives strapped, boots laced. Red, black. Let's go. Red had been lying in the yard spread eagle like a starfish. He rolled over and stood up. Little Black, on the other hand, was already alert and on his feet. Apparently, my scolding yesterday actually worked. He'd stopped copying Red's lazy habits overnight. Good boy. One lecture, and he reformed his entire personality. If only humans were this trainable. Walking through the village, we were turning heads. 2 armed hunters in military boots stomping down the road, flanked by a muscular red war dog and a sleek black wolfhound. I caught village girls peeking from behind doors. We looked like an action movie poster. At the brigade captain's office, I knocked and walked in. Yang Xiangdong looked up and did a visible double take. Yesterday, we'd been 3 dusty nobodies on a tractor. Today, we looked like we meant business. Captain Yang, do you have a map of the surrounding mountains? Why, yes. Qian Jin left one here somewhere. He dug through his bookshelf and pulled out a yellowed, hand-drawn map. My eyes went wide the second I unfolded it. This thing was a masterpiece. Qian Jin had marked animal activity zones, hidden locations, and, be still my beating heart, possible rare herb locations. Herbs. For medicine. For yueching. Some spots were marked with X's, already harvested. But several unmarked locations remained, presumably because they were too dangerous to reach. Too dangerous for normal people. Captain Yang, the unmarked herb locations, nobody's been to those? No, they're in rough terrain. We never risked it. The captain had been standoffish yesterday, but today he was being downright helpful. I think our gear upgrade and the dog's new attitude had something to do with it. Yesterday, Red and Black had been lounging around like retired house pets. Today they were flanking the doorway like bodyguards, Red radiating, "I will end you," energy, and Black staring through the captain's soul with ice-cold wolf eyes. Yesterday, two lazy mutts. Today, biological weapons with fur. The captain glanced at them and visibly shivered. Yeah, the overnight courage training paid dividends. "Captain Yang, I'll need to borrow this map." He hesitated. Clearly this was a valuable document. Then looked at my dogs one more time and changed his mind. "Take it. Hope it helps. Much appreciated." Map secured. Ammo loaded. Dogs fired up. Team assembled. I stepped outside into the morning sun. "Let's move. We're going into the mountains." Red and Black fell in behind me like trained soldiers. Xiaozha was practically vibrating with excitement. Wang Qingshan's new boots were going stomp, stomp, stomp on the packed dirt. Time to hunt some pigs and maybe, just maybe, find a missing man along the way. Black Bear Gully. Ominous name. Love it. We were hiking through when Wang Qingshan started squinting at the map like it owed him money. "Tianliang, you really think there's wild ginseng here?" I shrugged. "Map's old. Could be gone by now." Behind us, Xiaozha was sweating bullets, both literally and figuratively. "This place is called Black Bear Gully. There aren't actually bears here, right?" Roar. A beast roar erupted right behind him. "Aowa!" Xiaozha dove sideways and just kept rolling. Down the slope, picking up speed, arms flailing, like a human bowling ball with a backpack. He crashed into a fallen tree at the bottom with a meaty thud. I turned around. Wang Qingshan was standing there with the dumbest grin on his face. He made the roar. Pranked a teenager in bear territory. This 40-year-old man. "Old Wang, you are a child." I was training his reflexes. How was I supposed to know he'd roll off a cliff? "Go check if he's alive." We ran down after him. Xiaozha was rubbing his back against the fallen tree, groaning, trying to figure out what dimension he was in when I saw it. Movement. Behind him. Something big. "Xiaozha, get down. God bless East Mountain and the trust we built there." The kid didn't question, didn't look, didn't think. He just dropped flat on his face like someone cut his strings. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots over his body. I felt the bullets part the air above his prone form. A wild boar screamed behind him. 3 hits, but I'd fired too fast to aim properly. Nothing fatal. The pig decided discretion was the better part of valor and turned to run. Bad choice, piggy. Red. Black. Go. 2 streaks of color exploded forward. 1 red, 1 black, chasing the fleeing boar like guided missiles. And then something incredible happened. Little Black was faster than Red. My wolf dog covered ground like he had rockets strapped to his legs. He caught the boar first and clamped down on its hind leg with those jaws. The pig screamed and tried to shake him off. But that 1-second pause was all Red needed. He reared up on his hind legs, slammed both front paws onto the pig's back, and pinned it. A dog, pinning a 200-pound wild boar. Through sheer strength. Wang Qingshan arrived just in time to witness this, and his eyeballs nearly ejected from his skull. Is that even a dog? It's arm wrestling a pig and winning. Little Black's jaws were doing something even scarier. His teeth were sinking deeper and deeper into the leg bone. I could hear it crack, 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 like someone slowly crushing a walnut. He was literally chewing through the bone. The boar thrashed in agony, but Red held it motionless. Then Red spotted his opening, lunged forward and bit the pig's throat clean open. Boom. Pig down. Dust everywhere. I sprinted over with my knife and drove it through the throat wound for good measure. Squelch. All the way through. Inside my spatial dimension, 100 copies of this boar materialized instantly. The space was eating well today. Good boys. Bonus treats tonight. Both dogs stood there panting with their mouths pulled back in what I can only describe as psychopath grins. Terrifying and adorable simultaneously. Tianliang, your dogs are different today, Wang Qingshan said, sounding genuinely disturbed. They change every single day, Xiaozha added, still brushing dirt off himself from his near-death tumble. They were both staring at Red mostly, pressing down a boar bigger than himself with raw muscle. That's not normal dog behavior. That's superhero behavior. The red pills were pushing him past the biological limits of his breed. Every day, stronger. Every day, more ridiculous. But Little Black had revealed his own special talent, those jaws. I crouched down and dug the leg bone out of the pig's hind quarter. The teeth marks were perfectly visible, deep grooves with cracks radiating outward like a shattered window. A few more seconds, and that bone would have been powder. Red is my tank. Black is my vice grip. Together? Unstoppable. Hey, there's a spring over there. Wang Qingshan pointed to a small water pool nearby. I walked over and studied the tracks around it. Fresh pig prints from our recently deceased friend. But also, 3 more sets of older boar tracks. And one more thing. A massive paw print, partially covered by dirt. Shaped like a giant fan. Bear. There are 3 more boars out here. And a black bear. Wang Qingshan's head swiveled in every direction simultaneously, scanning the terrain. Fallen trees everywhere. Hollow rotting trunks big enough to hide a pig or a bear inside. Relax, I said. The bear tracks are old and fading. It left a while ago. The other 3 pigs are probably gone too. This was that dead one's territory. Might take a few days before new ones move in. We weren't going to camp here waiting for replacement pigs. Too inefficient. Xiaozha hacked up the boar with a hand axe while Wang Qingshan tutored him on proper butchering technique. The kid was swinging that axe like he was chopping firewood. All enthusiasm, zero finesse. We kept the good parts: leg meat, kidney fat, tenderloin, tusks, hooves, stomach, and left the rest. 200 pounds of pig was way too heavy to carry back to base, and we had mountains to cover. Somewhere out there, 3 more boars and 1 missing hunter were waiting to be found. Onward. Wang Qingshan and Xiaozha climbed back up the slope while I stayed behind to secretly vacuum the leftover pig parts into my spatial dimension. Waste not, want not. Even scraps make good red pills. When I rejoined them, Wang Qingshan told Xiaozha I'd been going to the bathroom. Sure, old Wang. That's exactly what happened. Not interdimensional meat harvesting. Just a regular poop break. Where next, Brother Zhao? We find that old ginseng root the map mentions. If Black Bear Gully actually had a black bear, which it did based on those tracks, then the rare mountain ginseng marked on the map probably existed too. The best spots would be shady rock faces, since old ginseng loves dark, cool places. But old Wang, and no more scaring Xiaozha. Wang Qingshan looked sheepish. Now that I know there are actual bears, I'm done joking. Forever, Xiaozha was still fuming. He'd rolled off a hill straight into a boar's bedroom because of Wang Qingshan's prank. If I hadn't been fast enough, the kid would be a pig's lunch right now. He quietly repositioned himself closer to me and further from Wang Qingshan. Smart move, staying away from old Wang. His bad luck is probably contagious. Wang Qingshan heard that, panicked, and immediately shuffled closer to me too. You're right. I'm the most likely person here to get attacked first. I need to stay near you at all times. Great. Now I had a scared adult man using me as a human shield. My entourage was really coming together. A traumatized teenager and a self-proclaimed jinx. Elite squad. We crossed several ridges and reached the edge of a fallen timber field. Massive rotting trees everywhere, knocked down by who knows what, creating a maze of decaying wood. Last spot to check. If there's ginseng in Black Bear Gully, it's past this mess. My gut was screaming. Something was wrong here. The air felt heavy. Stay alert. Both of you. We stepped in. The smell of rotting wood was overwhelming. And then, woof, woof, woof. Both dogs went ballistic. Not there. Hey look, a pig, bark. This was there. Threat. Imminent death. Code red, bark. Something's here. Weapons up. We snapped into formation, backs together, triangle shape, covering all angles. I followed my dog's gaze toward a dark patch of shadows between fallen trees. I reached into my bag, actually into my spatial dimension, and pulled out a flashlight. Clicked it on. The beam hit the shadows, and something moved. Fast. A black shape darted behind a massive fallen trunk. Did you see it? Too fast. Xiaozha's voice was shaking. I think it's the bear from the spring. The bear, Little Black, ever the ambitious one, jumped up onto a fallen tree to get a higher vantage point. Red trusted his nose instead and crept toward where the shadow had vanished. Good boys. 2 different approaches. Maximum coverage. What do we do? Wang Qingshan whispered. Wait for it to show itself. Wham! Before I could blink, a massive black paw smashed into Little Black from behind a log. My dog went flying through the air and crashed at my feet. The bear had been hiding. Waiting. It ambushed my dog like a professional assassin. My blood turned to ice, then to fire. I spun and emptied my entire magazine into the spot where the paw came from. Bang, 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 bang. ROARR. A bear's scream of pain ripped through the forest. 5 bullets in the skull area. It's the bear, I screamed, then ripped out my deerbone whistle and blew as hard as I could. Red heard the whistle, reversed course, and when he saw Little Black lying on the ground, his little sidekick, his subordinate, his colleague, something snapped. The look in Red's eyes wasn't anger. It was wrath. You touched my junior. You're going to die today. Red launched himself onto the fallen timber like a red missile, closed the distance in 3 bounds, and raked his claws across the bear's eyes. 2 jets of blood sprayed from the bear's destroyed eyeballs. Wang Qingshan went full berserker mode, charging at the blinded bear, swinging his axe in one hand and cracking his whip with the other. Crack, crack, crack. The air around the bear exploded with sound. Disoriented, bleeding, half-blind, the bear decided this wasn't worth dying for and turned to flee. Chase it! Wang Qingshan and Red bolted after the retreating bear. Xiaozhi did the smartest thing he'd done all day, found a safe spot, and stayed the heck out of the way. I knelt beside Little Black. The bear had hit him in the side, the weakest part of his body. A direct, surgical strike. This bear wasn't some random animal. It was experienced. It knew exactly where to hit to kill a dog in one blow. Little Black was trembling in agony. Any normal dog would be dead. But the red pills had strengthened his body enough that he was still fighting. Black, eat this. You'll be okay. I fed him a red pill. The effect was immediate. His injuries started healing visibly. The pain left his face. I gave him a second pill. Within minutes, he was standing again, fully recovered, back to peak condition. But his eyes had changed. Those blue-gray pupils were now burning with something primal. Pure, focused hatred. Black, a low growl. Deep. Dangerous. That bear hit him when he wasn't looking. Coward move. And Little Black had a wolf's memory for grudges. Want revenge? He didn't need to answer. He was already sniffing the air, locking onto the bear's scent trail. Then let's go. Little Black exploded forward like a black lightning bolt, faster than I'd ever seen him move. Rage is one hell of a performance enhancer. I grabbed my rifle and sprinted after him. That bear made the mistake of hurting my dog. And in this family, we don't forgive. We don't forget. We hunt. Wang Qingshan was a mile behind me, wheezing like a broken accordion. Why does this stupid bear run so fast? The man was hitting his physical limit. Years of not training properly had caught up with him at the worst possible time. Then Little Black blew past him like a shadow missile. What the? Wang Qingshan threw his axe up in defense, thinking he was being attacked. Then he realized it was my wolf dog. The same wolf dog that got slapped by a bear 15 minutes ago. Isn't that dog supposed to be dead? Nope. Red pills are basically cheat codes. 2 pills and Little Black went from critical condition to faster than ever and extremely angry. Wang Qingshan assumed the bear just hadn't hit him hard enough. If only he knew. I sprinted past Wang Qingshan without stopping. Keep up. I'm going to die of cardio before the bear kills me. When I caught up, both dogs had the bear cornered. Red had a few scrapes on his fur from earlier fighting, but nothing serious. They were working as a team now, not 2 dogs fighting separately, but a coordinated assault unit. Then they pulled off the most beautiful maneuver I've ever seen. Red charged straight at the bear. Full frontal assault. The bear, already half-blind and desperate, went berserk, reared up on its hind legs, preparing to slam its entire body weight down on Red in a suicide crush move. But Red was faking. At the last possible second, he stopped dead, rolled sideways, and the bear's body slam hit nothing but dirt. Boom. Face first into the ground. Momentum pinned it there for 1 critical second. That second was all Little Black needed. My wolf dog launched himself from above like a black comet, landed on the bear's back, opened those nightmare jaws, and bit into its neck so hard he ripped an entire chunk of meat clean off. The bear screamed. Not a roar, a scream. Got back on its feet somehow, bleeding everywhere, howling in agony. Red, Black, clear out. Both dogs jumped away instantly. I had the perfect angle. 1 shot. 7.62 millimeters bullet straight through the ear canal and out the other side of its brain. Silence. The bear froze mid-roar. Mouth open. Paws raised. Like someone hit the pause button. Then it just stayed there, standing dead. Wang Qingshan finally stumbled onto the scene, gasping for life. Why isn't it moving? It's dead. Hit it with your whip and find out. Crack. Whip snapped the air right next to the bear's face. Zero reaction. Confirmed kill. Thank God. Time for the harvest. I pulled out my knife and went straight for the gallbladder, the most valuable part. Last time, Lu Bingrun taught me how to extract one, but that bear's gallbladder was low quality because we'd waited too long and the bile got reabsorbed. Not making that mistake twice. I flipped the bear over with one kick. Thud. Slit it open from throat to belly, tied off the bile duct with string to prevent leakage, and carefully removed the gallbladder. Copper-colored. 2 fists big. A copper gallbladder? Tianliang. You just hit the jackpot. Bear gallbladders come in grades. Copper is premium. This thing was worth serious money. I'll split it with you. Don't mind if I do. Wang Qingshan handled the rest. Hung the bear's connected organs on a tree as an offering to the mountain spirit, cut choice belly meat for the dogs, then started removing the nose, kneecaps, and paws. All valuable. All sellable. While he worked, I wandered around examining the area and spotted something. A cave entrance, half hidden by weeds. Bear fur stuck to the rocks around the opening. This was the bear's den. It had been trying to run home when we killed it. I stood at the entrance, debating whether to go in. Bear caves sometimes have interesting things inside. Then I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. I froze. Listened harder. Silence. Maybe I imagined. Tap, 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 tap. No, that was real. And it had a rhythm. A pattern. Not random rock falling or animal scratching. That was deliberate. Someone was knocking. Someone was inside that cave. Someone alive, tapping on stone in a pattern, trying to send a signal. 3 days missing. Chased by wild boars into the mountains. Lost in territory controlled by a violent black bear. Could it be? Tianliang. What are you staring at? Wang Qingshan came over with bear parts strung across his shoulders like the world's most disturbing necklace. A cave. The bear's den. His eyes immediately went sparkly. Last time we found a cave, we scored a wolf dog puppy, black lingji, and a bunch of other goodies. The man was already mentally shopping. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's smoke it out like last time and, old Wang. Unless you want a murder charge, I'd recommend not lighting a fire. His brain short-circuited. There's a person in there. Shut up and listen. He closed his mouth. We both stood perfectly still at the cave entrance. Tap, 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 tap. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Unmistakably human. Wang Qingshan's eyes went wide. Animals don't tap in patterns. That's definitely a person. But who would hide in a bear's house? Old Wang. Think. Who's been missing for 3 days? The light bulb flickered on. Qianjin. I laid out my theory. Qianjin knows these mountains inside out. A guy like that doesn't get lost. He gets trapped. The boars chased him into the mountains. He found this bear cave, or maybe already knew about it. Smart move. Actually, boars smell bear and they won't come inside. Problem is, the bear came home. Qianjin had to squeeze into a narrow tunnel where the bear couldn't follow, and then stalemate. Bear outside, human inside. No food, no water, no weapons. 3 days of sitting in the dark, listening to a bear breathe. That's horrible. That's survival. Well, let's pull him out. He's worth 3 pigs. Leave it to Wang Qingshan to calculate a human life in pork units. But honestly, he wasn't wrong. Finding Qianjin meant Yang Shirquan would give us credit for 3 boars, which pushed us right to the bicycle threshold. We waited for Red and Black to finish their bear meat buffet. Can't go into a cave rescue on empty dog stomachs. When they trotted over looking satisfied and battle-ready, I handed Xiaozha my shotgun. Guard the entrance. If anything goes wrong, fire 1 shot and hide. The kid nodded with the most serious face I'd ever seen on him. He planted himself at that cave mouth like a tiny soldier guarding a fortress gate. Wang Qingshan and I went in. Red took point, Little Black covered our rear. 2 flashlights cutting through absolute darkness. The cave started narrow. We had to hunch over for 100 steps, which is murder on the back, then suddenly opened into a wide chamber. 3 tunnels branching off in different directions. Which way? Listen, we stood still, but the echoes inside the cave were bouncing off every surface, turning the tapping sound into an auditory mess. I couldn't pinpoint the direction. Woof! Little Black barked once. Loud. The sound rang through the cave system. Tap, 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 tap. The tapping came back immediately. Louder. Faster. More desperate. And now, thanks to Black's bark acting like sonar, the direction was clear. Right tunnel. Little Black was already walking that way. Smart Dog heard what I couldn't sort out. We've got our answer. Follow Black. Deep inside that right tunnel, a man named Qian Jin was living his worst nightmare. 3 days in pitch darkness. No food. No water. His lips were cracked. He'd been catching drips of water off cave stalactites in his cupped hands and licking them just to stay alive. He'd gambled by hiding in the bear cave. And he'd lost. The bear came back, smelled him, and camped outside his narrow hiding spot like a very patient, very large bouncer. Too big to fit in after him, too stubborn to leave. For 3 days, man and bear just waited each other out. The bear left on day 3, probably to hunt, and Qian Jin heard gunshots and barking in the distance. He used every scrap of energy he had left to bang on the cave walls. Tap, tap, tap. Please hear me. Please. The sound stopped. Nobody came. His heart sank. Maybe they left. Maybe it was hunters passing through. Maybe. Woof! A bark. From inside the cave. Getting closer. Hope hit him like electricity. He smashed his fists against the stone with everything he had left. I'm here. I'm here. Please find me. And we were coming. We found him. Wedged into a crack in the rock like a human sardine, barely conscious, tapping the wall with his last ounce of strength. Old Wong. There's really someone in here. Help me pull him out. The second we touched him, he went completely limp. Lights out. Passed out cold. 3 days of no food, no water, and pure terror. His body just said, okay, someone else is in charge now, and shut down. I checked him over with my flashlight. Leg wound, wrapped in cloth that had gone dark red. Not great. And he was shaking. Bad sign. After 3 days in a cold cave, his body temperature was dropping. Follow me. I sprinted back to the dead bear, grabbed my knife, and skinned that thing faster than I've ever skinned anything. Dragged the fresh, bloody, still warm bear hide back to the unconscious man, and we wrapped him up like a very disturbing burrito. Isn't the blood kind of gross? Xiaozhe asked. Would you rather he die clean? Fair point. The bearskin blanket worked. His shivering gradually stopped. I wanted to check those rocky cliff faces for ginseng. The map said they were right there. But a dying man on a makeshift stretcher kind of takes priority over medicinal herbs. We chopped some tree branches, tied them together with our clothes, and built a stretcher. 2 carrying the patient, 1 hauling our bear and pig trophies. The smell of blood and death on us actually worked as a natural repellent. Not a single animal bothered us on the way down. Apparently, even the mountain wildlife thought we smelled too dangerous to approach. Good. Because fighting off predators while carrying an unconscious man on a stick-and-shirt stretcher would have been awkward. Back at the brigade, it was lunch hour. The forward crew was sitting in the canteen having a very interesting conversation that I didn't hear, but can absolutely reconstruct based on what happened next. Shizi, the hothead, was apparently ranting about us. Those 3 new guys are useless. They went to Black Bear Gully. Why would Qian Jin be there? Yang Shirkwan defended us. They made a deal. They'll look. Blind Six was munching his corn bun and throwing shade. Maybe they just want to hunt bears. Don't actually care about finding anyone. And old Lu? Sitting in the corner, eating silently, saying nothing about his supposed savior being lost in the mountains. Interesting behavior for a man who allegedly owes Qian Jin everything. Then someone outside started yelling. They're back. They brought Qian Jin. What happened next was the most revealing 30 seconds of body language I've ever witnessed. Yang Shirkwan and Shizi, pure JOY, jumping up, asking questions, practically sprinting to meet us. Genuine happiness. These 2 loved their boss. Blind Six. His face couldn't decide what emotion to wear. Happy, then worried, then happy again, like a mood ring having a seizure. And old Lu? Old Lu kept his head down. Didn't look up. His hand was gripping his chopsticks so hard the wood was creaking. The veins in his forearm were popping. And when I caught his eyes for just a fraction of a second before Shizi dragged him away, what I saw in there wasn't relief. It was something between panic and rage. Wang Qingshan noticed it too. After they all went inside to see Qian Jin, he muttered, that old Lu guy doesn't seem too thrilled his best friend is alive. Walking around looking like someone killed his parents, Xiaozhe elbowed him. Brother Wang, don't say that out loud. I just smiled and said nothing. But inside, the puzzle pieces were clicking together. My earlier suspicions about Blind Six and old Lu weren't just hunches anymore. These 2 absolutely did not want Qian Jin to come back alive. The question was, why? When they filed out of the room, the reactions confirmed everything. Yang Shirkwan nodded gratefully at us. Shizi actually looked like he might cry from happiness. Blind Six managed the world's most uncomfortable fake smile. And old Lu walked out last, head down, refusing to even look in our direction. Captain Yang addressed the group. Qianjin is unconscious and badly hurt. Let him rest. No disturbances. And just like that, I'd accidentally stumbled into somebody else's very messy, very dangerous secret. Not my problem. I'm here for pigs. But man, somebody really tried to get Qianjin killed out there. And that somebody was sitting in the same canteen eating corn buns and pretending to be sad. When we came out, I watched everyone's faces like a poker tournament. Yang Shirkwan and Shizi, worried about their boss. Genuine. Blind Six, still looking like a man who'd seen a ghost and wasn't sure if it was friendly. And old Lu? The guy who supposedly owed Qianjin his entire life? Perfectly calm. The most composed face in the group. That's the scariest reaction of all. A man whose savior is lying half dead in a room, and he looks like he's checking the weather forecast. Captain Yang rushed over to us. You haven't eaten. Let me get food prepared. And, wait, I heard you also killed a boar and a bear this morning. Yeah. Found a pig in Black Bear Gully. Tracked bear prints from a spring. Bear ambushed us. We killed it. Found Qianjin inside its cave. I said all this like I was reading a grocery list. The forward crew behind Captain Yang collectively lost their minds. Shizi was screaming internally. I could practically see the thought bubble. He talks about killing a bear like it's making breakfast. Give us some emotion, man. Yang Shirkwan went through a complete personality recalibration. He'd underestimated us from day one. 3 randoms on a tractor, barely worth noticing. Now we'd done in one morning what his entire crew couldn't do in 3 days. Found their boss and collected a bear as a bonus side quest. Please, Yang Shirkwan said, voice almost shaking. Let us treat you to a proper meal. Sure, why not? At the canteen, while the cook prepared food, Captain Yang asked us to retell the morning's adventure. Wang Qingshan leaped at the opportunity. This man was born to tell war stories. He was gesturing wildly, making sound effects, building suspense, honestly performing a one-man show. Shizi and Yang Shirkwan were clapping and cheering like an audience at a theater. Wang Qingshan was eating it up. He would have talked for 3 days straight if the food hadn't arrived. Dinner's served. He immediately dialed back the spitting radius by about 80%. Professional. And the food. Pork stew with glass noodles. Chicken with mushrooms. Sauerkraut with white pork and blood sausage. Fried river fish. Garlic wild vegetables. This was the real welcome feast. Compared to the sad little spread Captain Yang served us on day 1. Night and day. Heaven and earth. 5 stars versus gas station sandwich. Wang Qingshan smirked. Funny how our dining experience improved the exact moment we proved we were worth something. When we showed up on a tractor looking like nobodies, cold buns and warm suspicion. After killing a bear and saving their guy, suddenly it's a 5-course banquet. Captain Yang noticed the smirk and had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. But the man had captain-grade thick skin. He just poured our drinks and pretended everything was normal. To the 3 comrades. For everything you've done for East Forest Brigade, he drained his bowl in one gulp. Slammed it upside down. Everyone cheered. Even Blind Six and old Lu drank along. One big happy family sitting around a table, half of whom might be attempted murderers. Wonderful atmosphere. After the feast, every plate was clean and most people were horizontal. Wang Qingshan was unconscious, again, and I had to drag him home with Yang Shirchuan's help. Xiaozha passed out too. I dumped both of them on the sleeping platform like sacks of grain and pulled blankets over their snoring faces. Outside, I shared a cigarette with Yang Shirkwan. Dakiam and brand. His eyes lit up. Good smokes. We stood in the yard, puffing away in comfortable silence. Then I decided to plant a seed. Shirkwan, Qianjin is unconscious. You should have someone watching him at all times. Already planned. We'll take shifts. Good. I paused. Let the smoke curl. Have you ever wondered why things went wrong on Qianjin's side during that hunt 3 days ago? He turned to look at me. Eyebrow raised. Guard up. What are you saying, Tianliang? Sometimes, what looks like an accident isn't an accident. Sometimes the threat isn't outside. It's standing right next to you. His pupils contracted. I could see the gears spinning behind those eyes. Big body, sharp mind. He was already connecting dots. Then his face darkened. Are you trying to break up our brotherhood? I shrugged. Forget it. Just thinking out loud. You don't have to believe me. He stared at me for a long time. The cigarette burned between his fingers. Who? Blind 6. Old Lou. One of them. Maybe both. I dropped my cigarette butt and crushed it with my boot. Here's how you test it. Set up your guard rotation tonight. When it's Blind 6's turn or Old Lou's turn, hide inside Qianjin's room before they arrive. Watch what they do. If I'm wrong, you lose one night of sleep. If I'm right, well, at least Qianjin will still be alive in the morning. Yang Shichuan's jaw tightened. His eyes went dark. I could tell. Part of him was praying I was wrong. If I was right, it meant his brothers, the men he'd fought alongside, the men Qianjin had saved from poverty, had tried to kill their own leader. Thanks, he said flatly, and walked away without looking back. Tough night ahead for that guy. But better a tough night than a dead boss. I went inside, checked on my dogs, and went to sleep. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But at least the ringmaster got a warning. While Wang Qingshan and Xiaozhou were busy being unconscious from lunch booze, I did what any responsible team leader would do. I went back into the mountains alone to find treasure. Black Bear Gully, round 2. This time without the bear, since, it was dead. Just me and my 2 dogs, heading straight for the shady rock face we never got to check earlier. Finding ginseng in autumn is actually easier because the berries turn red, little crimson dots sticking up from the green, like nature's own. Valuable plant here, signs. I was scanning the hillside like a metal detector when I spotted a flash of red. Red. Black. Follow me. Both dogs flanked me like bodyguards. After the bear ambush earlier, they were not letting anything sneak up on their dad again. We reached the red spot, and a stupid lantern bush. Not ginseng. Disappointing. Just a regular berry tree being red for no useful reason. Thanks for nothing, nature. Then Little Black pawed my leg. I looked down at him, then followed his gaze to a nearby plant. My heart stopped. 5-fingered leaves. Partially hidden behind the lantern bush. 5-fingered leaves means one thing. I pushed the bush aside and there it was. A 6-stem old mountain ginseng with golden-edged leaves. 6 stems is the maximum a ginseng plant can develop. This root had been growing here for decades. Probably since before I was born. Just sitting here, getting more valuable every single year. Protected by the fact that a psychotic bear lived nearby and scared off every herb collector for miles. Thank you, dead bear. Your territorial aggression preserved my retirement fund. My hands were shaking. I pulled out a red string and a deerbone digging tool, traditional ginseng harvesting equipment. There's a whole ritual to this. Normally, you're supposed to shout, ginseng, when you find one, and your partner shouts back to, lock, the treasure. But my partners were a dog and another dog, neither of whom spoke Mandarin. Skipping that step, I tied the red string around the stem. Tradition says this prevents the ginseng from running away. I'm a man of science who stores meat in a pocket dimension, so who am I to question folklore? Then came the actual digging. Painstaking, delicate work. You can't damage a single root hair or the value drops. I used the bone tool to clear the surrounding grass, then a small shovel from my spatial storage to carve a perfect circle around the plant and carefully excavate it. The moment it came free, boom, 100 identical 6-stem premium old ginseng roots materialized in my spatial dimension. 100. I had to take a moment. Just breathe. Process the math. Each one of these roots was worth more money than most people in this era would see in their entire lives. Times 100. I was basically a pharmaceutical billionaire hiding in a hunter's body. But I wasn't going to sell them. Maybe a few, eventually. But these were medicine. Each root could save a life. And I had a specific life I needed to save. I planted the seeds back in the hole, covered them with the original soil, burned 3 sticks of incense, and said the traditional prayer, Mountain Spirit, Old Master, I leave the golden and silver hose behind. Next year I'll borrow your treasure again. Then I sat down to take stock of my pharmaceutical empire. Black Lingji, 100 stems. Check. 6-stem premium ginseng, 100 roots. Check. And then I remembered something I'd completely overlooked. In the corner of my spatial dimension sat a pile of weird yellow-black lumps. Leftovers from the armored old pig. When I'd fed its meat to expand the space, the system had automatically filtered out anything valuable and kept it aside. I pulled one out and examined it in the sunlight. Golden sand-like patterns shimmered across its surface. Wild boar bezoar. Pig treasure. Only forms inside ancient wild boars that have lived for extremely long periods. Incredibly rare. Incredibly valuable in traditional medicine. 3 ultra-rare medicinal ingredients. Black lingzhi, premium ginseng, and wild boar bezoar. If I could find a few more supporting herbs, maybe, just maybe, my spatial dimension could compress them into a pill that could cure you etching. My heart was racing with something I hadn't felt in a while. Hope. I checked the map for more herb locations, but most had already been harvested by the brigade over the years. The remaining spots were either deep in dangerous territory or guarded by wildlife. One location with 5 flavor berries had a LYNX prowling the area. Wang Qingshan would rather fight 10 bears than face one of those. Too fast to aim at, too vicious to ignore. For one wild moment, I looked at red and black and imagined having 30 dogs like them. An army of apex predator hunting dogs. With that kind of force, I could explore the deepest reaches of the greater Xing'an Mountains. The untouched primeval forests where who knows what kind of treasures were hiding. Then I laughed at myself. Most people would sell their house for one dog like Red. Here I was dreaming of 30. But with the red pills, it wasn't impossible. Just ambitious. Someday, I muttered. Someday. I found a few common herbs before sunset. Nothing the spatial dimension considered worth multiplying, and headed home. No incidents on the way back. A nice, peaceful evening stroll after a morning of killing bears and rescuing humans. At the brick house, my 2 drinking buddies were finally vertical. You went back to the mountain, found the ginseng. Old premium root. Wang Qingshan clutched his chest like he was having a heart attack. What kind of luck? I should have skipped the wine. Drinking is the enemy of productivity, old Wang. Next time I'm going with you. When's next time? Tomorrow? The map shows 5 flavor berries nearby. There's a lynx guarding the area, though. Wang Qingshan shook his head so fast, he almost gave himself whiplash. Nope. I'd rather fight a bear naked than mess with a lynx. Those things are evil. At dinner, we ran into Yang Shirquan. He looked distracted, kept zoning out, barely ate, didn't want to chat. I knew why. Tonight was the test. He'd set up the guard rotation exactly as I suggested, with himself hidden in Qian Jin's room to watch what Blind Six and Old Lu would do during their shifts. Poor guy. He was about to find out if his brothers were traitors. Shizi joined our table instead, oblivious to the storm brewing behind the scenes. Good kid. He told us the doctor said Qian Jin was okay, just needed rest. He mentioned the guard rotation order. Himself first, then Yang Shirquan, then Blind Six, then Old Lu for the late shift. Did Yang Shirquan say anything special to you? I asked casually. No, just the schedule. Why? Because your brother figure is about to spend the night hiding behind a curtain, watching to see if your other brothers try to murder your boss. But I just shook my head. No reason. Back at the house, Wang Qingshan suddenly bolted upright in bed. Wait. You said there were traitors in the forward crew. Qian Jin is unconscious. They're taking turns guarding him alone at night. What if? Relax. It's handled. We'll know by morning. You told Yang Shirquan. Sleep, old Wang. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. He stared at me with wide eyes. Somewhere across the village, Yang Shirquan was probably sitting in the dark, heart pounding, praying he wouldn't have to watch his own brothers try to finish what they started. It was going to be a long night for everyone. Except me. I slept like a baby. Wang Qingshan and Xiaozhi stared at me, waiting for me to explain what was going to happen tonight. All I'll say is, the late shift will be entertaining. Their eyes lit up like kids on Christmas Eve. Then why are we sleeping? Let's go find a good spot to watch. I was exhausted. I'd spent the entire afternoon digging up ancient ginseng in bear territory. My body wanted sleep, not dinner theater. You two slept all afternoon while I was treasure hunting. You go. I'm going to bed. Wang Qingshan couldn't believe my attitude. There might be a murder happening tonight, and you're calling it entertainment? How can you sleep? Because I'd already told Yang Shirquan exactly what to do. The trap was set. My involvement was complete. I rolled over, pulled up my blanket, and mumbled, not going, into my pillow. So my 2 idiots went by themselves. What happened next? I got from Wang Qingshan's very excited retelling the next morning, plus I showed up for the finale. Apparently, step 1 of Operation Eavesdrop did not go smoothly. Xiaozhi tried to walk through the front door. Wang Qingshan grabbed him like a mother cat catching a kitten. Is this your first time spying on someone? Yes? We go over the back wall. They scaled the wall, crept to the window, pressed their ears against the house, and waited, and waited. Because they'd arrived during Ying Shirchuan's shift. The wrong shift. The safe shift. Nothing was going to happen for hours. Brother Wang, should we go back? We're already here. So they squatted in the dark, getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. For hours. Two grown men hiding under a window, covered in bug bites, waiting for a murder that hadn't started yet. Then, finally, the late shift. Brother Wang, something's happening inside. They peeked through the window crack. Old Lu was standing over Qianjin's bed. His face was cycling through emotions like a broken traffic light. Gratitude, hatred, nervousness, fury. Then it settled on one, murderous intent. Boss Qian, you shouldn't have come back. He grabbed the blanket and pressed it over Qianjin's face. The unconscious man's body started convulsing. Survival instinct kicking in. Legs thrashing. No air. Brother Wang. He's killing him. Wang Qingshan was already coiling up to smash through the window when crash. A wooden cabinet exploded open from inside the room, and Yang Shirquan launched himself out like a human cannonball, tackling Old Lu to the ground. You dare attack Boss Qian? Yang Shirquan was seeing red, literally pinning his own brother to the floor, screaming in his face. Old Lu panicked. I was just fixing his blanket. Fixing his. Who fixes a blanket by suffocating someone? Don't lie to me. Yang Shirquan had him pinned, demanding answers, when Old Lu dropped the bomb that blew up everything. You want to know why? Because your precious Boss Qian slept with my wife. Dead silence. If your wife was sneaking into another man's room, and then she got pregnant, what would you do? Answer me. Yang Shirquan froze like someone poured cement into his veins. My wife is pregnant, and I can't have children. I've been sterile since I was a teenager. She kept going to Qianjin's room alone. Who do you think the father is? Old Lu was crying and laughing at the same time. Tears streaming down twisted, furious features. A man who'd been eating himself alive with rage for weeks, finally vomiting it all out. Yang Shirquan was so stunned, he almost lost his grip. Old Lu seized the moment, threw him off, grabbed a chair, and lunged at the unconscious Qianjin. Crash. Wang Qingshan detonated through the window like a cannonball with a mustache. Tackled Old Lu mid-swing. Bang bang. Two solid punches to the face. Xiaozha piled on. Chair clattered away. Old Lu went down hard. They tied him up like a pig for market. Half an hour later, the room was packed. Brigade captain, village elders, forward crew members, Old Lu's wife. The whole cast assembled for a midnight trial. And me? I strolled in fashionably late, hands in pockets, having gotten a nice little nap first. Wang Qingshan spotted me. I thought you were sleeping. I was. Then I heard there was a show. I positioned myself where I could watch Blind 6. The one-eyed man was shaking, trembling so hard he could barely stand. Everyone else was focused on Old Lu and his wife, but I had my eyes on the accomplice. The trial was pure drama. Captain Yang interrogated Old Lu, who went silent. Yang Shirquan testified. Then Old Lu exploded into a screaming confession about his wife visiting Qianjin's room, her pregnancy, his sterility, the betrayal. The crowd was shook. This was better than any novel. Some villagers felt sorry for Old Lu, that Qianjin is a scumbag. Others condemned the attempted murder. Doesn't matter what happened. You can't kill people. Then Old Lu's wife spoke. It's not what you think. The room went quiet. I knew about your condition when we married. I went to Boss Qian secretly to get medicine for you. I hid it in your food every day. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to hurt your pride as a man. Old Lu's brain visibly short-circuited. Think about it, she said, tears falling, humiliation burning in her cheeks, being forced to discuss their bedroom life in front of the entire village leadership. When we were together recently, didn't something feel different? Old Lu's eyes went distant. Processing. Rewinding. Reviewing bedroom data from recent weeks. His face went pale. The baby is mine, yes. If you don't believe me, wait until it's born and take it to a hospital for testing. Old Lu stared at his wife. The woman he'd nearly destroyed everything for. The woman who'd been secretly medicating him to restore his fertility, hiding it to protect his dignity, and he'd repaid her by trying to murder the man who supplied the medicine. The room was so quiet you could hear mosquitoes thinking. And in the corner, I watched Blind 6 slowly stop shaking, realizing that if this was all about a misunderstanding over a wife and a pregnancy, maybe his secrets would stay buried a little longer. Oh, Blind 6. We're not done with you yet. But that's a problem for another day. Old Lou's wife's words hit him like a freight train made of guilt. The baby was his. His wife had been secretly getting fertility medicine from Qianjin, the man he'd tried to murder, to fix his condition. She hid it in his food every day. She visited Qianjin's room to pick up prescriptions, not for the other thing. He'd nearly killed his greatest benefactor over a misunderstanding he could have solved by talking to his wife. What have I done? Yeah, buddy. What have you done? Let's review. Sabotaged a hunting operation, nearly got a man killed by wild boars, then tried to suffocate him with a blanket. All because you couldn't have a 5-minute conversation with your spouse. The room went quiet. Captain Yang knew this was above his pay grade. Shirkuan, call the police. Yang Shirkuan stood there like his legs were filled with concrete. He didn't want to turn in his brother. Old Lou's wife grabbed his sleeve with begging eyes. The big man's resolve was crumbling faster than wet cardboard. Captain Yang nearly exploded. He'd already accepted he was going to get chewed out by his superiors for this happening on his watch. He'd made peace with it. And now his nephew was going soft? Fine. I'll go. The captain marched out to fetch the authorities himself. Everybody else shuffled into the next room, so Qianjin could rest in peace. Well, unconscious peace. Out in the courtyard, my team gathered up. What a mess, Wang Qingshan sighed. If they'd just talked to each other, none of this would have happened. Xiaozhe, who'd never had a wife, stood there silently contributing nothing to the marriage discourse. Smart move, kid. I yawned so wide I could have swallowed a bat. I'm going to bed. We've got pigs to kill tomorrow, Wang Qingshan agreed. Not our circus. Not our monkeys. Not our attempted murder over a fertility misunderstanding. At the door to our brick house, Yang Shirkuan was waiting. Tianliang. Thank you. Without your warning, old Lou would have killed Boss Qian tonight. I patted his shoulder. Don't dwell on it. Look forward. Then I dropped one more little grenade before going inside. Oh, by the way, your one-eyed friend Blind 6? He's connected to this somehow. I'll leave that for you to handle. I walked inside and closed the door behind me, leaving Yang Shirkuan standing in the dark having his second existential crisis of the evening. One night, 2 betrayals. The forward crew was crumbling like stale bread. Not my problem anymore. Next morning, the entire village was buzzing. Every conversation we overheard was about last night's drama. Xiaozhe was amazed at how fast gossip traveled. This kind of thing doesn't happen in decades. Of course, everyone's talking about it. At the canteen, no forward crew members in sight. Too busy dealing with their implosion to eat breakfast. We grabbed eggs, buns, and thick rice porridge and ate in relative peace. Captain Yang found us mid-bite. The 3 wild boar credits Yang Shirkuan promised you. They're yours. Plus, Shirkuan and Shizi want to give you 50 yuan as additional thanks. 50 yuan. That was real money. Combined with 3 boar credits, this rescue mission had been extremely profitable for something I originally planned to half-heartedly participate in. We didn't refuse. A deal's a deal. After breakfast, we headed to brigade headquarters to collect. There, Xiaozhe ran into a familiar face, a sharp-looking guy with a crew cut named Niu Jianli. Brother Niu? What are you doing here? Turns out Niu was another commune-assigned record keeper, responsible for tracking the forward crew's pig kills, same job Xiaozhe did for us. He'd been away dealing with family issues. The 2 of them sat down to do the paperwork. Niu crossed 3 boar credits off the forward crew's books, and Xiaozhe added them to ours. Apparently, this kind of transfer was common. Smaller hunters who knew they'd never reach the bicycle threshold would sell their kill credits to bigger crews for quick cash. The commune allowed it because it kept everyone motivated. Every extra pig killed meant more crops saved for the villagers. So there it was. 3 free boar credits. 50 yuan cash, a copper bear gallbladder, 100 ginseng roots in my pocket dimension, and the satisfaction of saving a man's life while accidentally exposing an attempted murder plot. Not bad for a side quest I didn't even want to do. Now, back to the main quest. I still needed more pigs for that bicycle. And beyond that, the television ticket was calling my name. Time to hunt. Xiaozhe and Niu Jianli finished their paperwork, while Wang Qingshan and I collected our payment from Captain Yang. The man looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight. Running a brigade where people try to suffocate each other at 3 a.m. will do that to you. Wang Qingshan took the envelope, squeezed it to gauge thickness, and smiled. Shirkwan and Shizi are honest men. Then Xiaozha came bouncing over like a golden retriever who'd just learned a new trick. Brother Zhao? Brother Wang. With the forward crew's 3 boars added to our total, we're at 2,200 pounds. Wang Qingshan's eyebrows shot up. So we can get the bicycle right now? Yes. And we only need 800 more pounds for a television ticket. A television. In our village, we'd be the only people within 10 miles who owned one. Every neighbor, every auntie, every kid in every surrounding village would be showing up at my door to watch TV. I'd basically become a movie theater. Meanwhile, Niu Jinli was standing there doing silent math and having a quiet existential crisis. His team, the forward crew, led by the famous Qian Jin, 5 experienced hunters, had killed 7 boars. Our team, 2 hunters and a teenager, had already passed 2,000 pounds. We were casually outperforming the region's most celebrated hunting crew. To be fair, the forward crew had been planning a massive ambush that would have bagged them 13 pigs if old Lu hadn't sabotaged everything. But excuses don't count on the scoreboard. We headed out of headquarters. Xiaozha asked where we were going next. Black Bear Gully. Again? Didn't we already kill the bear there? Remember those pig tracks at the spring? We're going after those today. The kid tried to use my own teachings against me. But you said, pigs move at dusk, deer move at dawn. Shouldn't we wait until evening? Look at you, quoting me back at me. Very clever. But here's the thing. After weeks of patrols and ambushes, these pigs have gotten smart. They're not following the old schedule anymore. The dumb ones are dead. We're dealing with educated pigs now. He thought about it. That actually makes sense. Stop thinking. Follow me. Up in Black Bear Gully, Xiaozha noticed I was keeping both dogs close instead of sending them to scout. Brother Zhao, aren't we hunting pigs? Without Red's nose leading the way, how do we find them? I just smiled. Not yet. Be patient. Wang Qingshan didn't ask questions. He'd reached the stage of our relationship where he just followed me like a very large, very trusting puppy. We reached the fallen timber field, scene of yesterday's bear ambush, and I walked straight to a massive rotting log. Crouched down, grabbed a handful of decomposing soil, mixed in with the dirt, tiny yellow crumbs. Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up like fireworks. Are those corn kernels? Yep. Yesterday, after I dug up the ginseng, I scattered corn all around this area. His face went through amazement, then admiration, then mild jealousy at my foresight. You genius. The pigs can't go down to the fields anymore because of all the patrols, so they're foraging up here instead. You left corn as bait, not to trap them right away, but to make them visit this spot and leave tracks. Then we use Red to follow those tracks straight to their hideout. Now you're getting it. I held the dirt under Red's nose. He sniffed once, locked the scent into his database, and barked. Got it. Find them, boy. Red's head snapped up, nostrils flaring, sampling the air currents like a furry satellite dish. Then, woof, he launched forward. Little Black was half a second behind, matching his speed stride for stride. 2 streaks of color rocketing through the forest. Don't lose them. We sprinted after the dogs. Red changed direction multiple times, each new trail fresher than the last. We were getting closer. The scent was getting stronger. Then I realized we'd left Black Bear Gully entirely. Red had led us into new territory, all the way to a cave entrance on a different hillside. This is it. Wang Qingshan cracked his knuckles and grinned. A pig cave? Oh, we're experts at pig caves by now. Then let's run the playbook. We spread out, found 2 side exits, blocked them with rocks, came back to the main entrance and laid down corn kernels in a funnel pattern leading away from the cave mouth. Then we waited. Minutes passed. Then, rustling sounds from deep inside the cave. Something was moving. Showtime. Wang Qingshan's hand went to his axe. Something's coming out. 2 big black boars waddled out of the cave, grunting like they owned the place. Behind them, 3 piglets. A whole family outing. Do we shoot? Xiaozha whispered. The kid had come a long way from his first hunt. No more shaking hands, no more panic sweats. Just calm readiness. Wait, I said. I pressed to the side of my Type 56. Crosshairs locked on the biggest pig. Make sure nothing else comes out first. Everyone shut up. We waited. The pigs sniffed around cautiously, beady little eyes scanning for threats. Finding none, they relaxed. Then, heavy breathing from inside the cave. A massive boar appeared. The patriarch, tusks curled upward, bristles standing like needles, body built like a living wall of muscle and fat. He approached the corn trail, sniffed it suspiciously, then surrendered to delicious temptation and started inhaling kernels like a vacuum cleaner. The rest of the family joined the feast. 6 pigs, 0 worries, maximum corn consumption. Their last supper. Red and Little Black had silently crept into position on either side of the cave entrance, hidden behind bushes like furry assassins. I stepped out from behind my tree, rifle up, aimed at the big boar's heart, smiled. Bang! 1 bullet. Straight through the heart. The nail heart shot, my specialty. The boar screamed, staggered 2 more steps on pure stubbornness, then face-planted into the dirt. The mother boar's head snapped up. She saw me. Her eyes went blood red. Mama mode. Activated. She screamed once, warning her babies to run, then charged straight at me with the unhinged fury of a mother who just watched her husband get shot. Black. Little Black materialized from nowhere like a shadow with teeth. 1 leap. 1 bite. He clamped onto her back leg and ripped. The leg tendon tore clean off. Blood sprayed. She crashed face first into the ground. Legs gone. Fight over. 2 adults down in about 4 seconds. Red was already handling business on the other side. 1 piglet tried to run. Red's claws raked down its back, peeling skin like a banana. Then he grabbed it by the neck and threw it. The little pig went airborne, bounced off a tree trunk, and stopped moving. Wang Qingshan finally got his chance to shoot. He hit a piglet. In the butt. Not exactly a kill shot, old Wang. The wounded baby tried to limp away, but Little Black caught up in 2 strides and bit through its spine like a breadstick. Xiaozhi forgot he was holding a gun. Just stood there, mouth open, watching the carnage like a man seeing fireworks for the first time. Brother Zhao, your shooting is divine. I calmly picked off the last piglet as it scrambled toward the cave entrance. 1 shot. Done. Then I walked around finishing off the ones the dogs had left half alive. Clean, quick, merciful. Final score. 2 adults, 3 piglets. The whole family, laid out in a neat row at their own front door. A complete household elimination. Red shook his muscles and growled. He was disappointed it was over. The fighting blood in his veins was screaming for more. I gave him 1 sharp look, small red, and his eyes cleared instantly. Good boy. Controlled aggression. Little Black just licked the blood off his lips. Cool. Professional. No unnecessary drama. Wang Qingshan was already on his knees butchering, but I caught the look on his face. Part admiration, part existential crisis. My dogs were making him obsolete. 2 dogs that could take down boars without human help. Pretty soon he'd just be the guy who carries bags and tells stories at dinner. Among all the hunters I know, Wang Qingshan said, trying to sound casual while gutting a pig, if Tianliang claims 2nd place, nobody would dare claim 1st. That shot just now, straight into the heart from 100 feet, that's a nail heart cannon. Instant death. Most shooters can't even find the ribs on a charging boar. I didn't respond. Just scratched Red's thick neck and smoothed down Little Black's back fur. Both dogs rumbled happily. Okay, still got work to do. I looked at the dark cave entrance. Protocol says you always check for leftovers. Smoke it out? Xiaozhi was already moving to unblock a side exit. The team was running this playbook like we'd done it 100 times. Which, at this point, we basically had. Oil paper, dry grass, wet moss for smoke. I lit it up and tossed the smoking bundle deep inside. Wang Qingshan glanced over from his butchering station. If this is a new den, probably nothing good inside. Probably right. But I never leave a cave unchecked. You never know. We waited. No sounds. No movement. Smoke cleared. I sent Red in to scout. Woof. Woof, 2 short barks. The all-clear signal. I ducked into the cave with Wang Qingshan right behind me, flashlight swinging. The smell hit us like a wall. Pig poop, rotting bones, and something I'd rather not identify. Wang Qingshan looked around, disappointed. This cave isn't even deep. There's nothing here. New den. 3 to 5 days old, tops. I poked at the bedding impressions with my gun barrel. Fresh marks, no build-up. This family just moved in. No time to accumulate treasures. Ugh. I was hoping for another Lingji mushroom or something. Old Wang, we just killed 5 pigs. Be grateful. Fair point. He shut up. I sent Xiaozhi running downhill to fetch help carrying the meat. Wang Qingshan went back to butchering. The man could process a pig faster than most people could make a sandwich. Tusks, lard, premium cuts, all separated and tied with grass rope in minutes. Tianliang, these piglets have tender meat. Want to trade some of our leg portions for the baby cuts? Your call. I whistled for Red and Black, fed them some organs as their combat bonus, and started doing the math in my head. So how close are we to the TV ticket? Wang Qingshan was practically bouncing while he worked. These 5 pigs, at least 500 pounds, plus our existing 2,200. That's 2,700 minimum. We need 3,000 for the television ticket, so we only need one more decent-sized boar, one more pig. One pig between me and owning the only television within a 10-mile radius. My fingers were tingling. Xiaozhi came back with reinforcements, 7 or 8 strong village guys carrying poles and rope. The storm of last night had settled into something manageable. He gave us a friendly nod, then saw the 5 dead pigs laid out like a grocery display. WHOA, his eyes went saucer-wide. He squatted next to the big boar and examined the wound. One hole, clean entry, straight through the heart. He checked the piglets. Broken necks, shattered spines. Dog work. I could see the calculations running behind his eyes. His entire forward crew, 5 experienced hunters led by a famous leader, had killed 7 boars total over their whole deployment. We just bagged 5 in one morning. Like it was easy. Brother Zhao, you're insane. 1 shot through the heart on a boar this size? I don't think there's another person in 100 miles who could do that. Wang Qingshan laughed from his butchering station. Don't look at me. I hit a piglet in the butt earlier. Without Tianliang and his dogs, we'd still be chasing it. Shizi whipped around to stare at me. You're the one who did all that? At your age? With that kind of accuracy? I shrugged. Lucky day, lucky? That's not luck. That's talent. Everyone got to work. Shizi was surprisingly handy with a knife. Broke down the remaining pigs clean and fast. Meat tied to poles, tusks bagged. Organs hung on a tree for the mountain spirit. Assembly line efficiency. We formed a procession heading downhill, Xiaozhi scouting ahead. The village guys carrying pig meat on poles like a victory parade. Wang Qingshan and 2 helpers lugging piglets, and me in the rear with my 2 dogs. Woof! Red's warning bark. Sharp. Urgent. I spun around and caught a flash of yellow streaking through the trees. There and gone in half a heartbeat. So fast my eyes couldn't even track it properly. My blood went cold. What was that? Wang Qingshan stopped dead. I think. I just saw a lynx. The entire procession froze. A lynx, tiger cub, as the locals call them, which is a terrifying nickname for an already terrifying animal. Lightning fast. Vicious temperament. Attack power that punches way above its weight class. The kind of predator that makes other predators nervous. Qianjin's map had marked lynx territory nearby. I just hadn't expected to run into one while carrying a parade of fresh bloody meat down a mountain. We were basically a walking buffet advertisement. Everyone tensed up, weapons gripped tighter, eyes scanning every shadow. But after a few minutes, Red relaxed back into his lazy default posture. The lynx had moved on. Even apex predators aren't dumb enough to attack a group this large. Too many humans, 2 scary dogs, not worth the risk. Keep moving. Collective sigh of relief. We continued downhill. Near the base of the mountain, we ran into villagers heading home from the fields. They took one look at our blood-soaked cargo caravan and lost their minds. The new hunters got more? Already. Look at the big one. That's 300 pounds easy. Yesterday's bear kill was still the hottest gossip in the village, and here we were rolling in with 5 more pigs before lunch. We were speed-running the local legend achievement tree. Shizi grinned at me. You're stealing all the spotlight, Brother Zhao. I just patted Red's head and kept walking. Red lifted his chin and strutted forward like he was on a red carpet. The dog knew he was famous. 1 more pig. Just 1 more pig, and I'd have a television ticket. The finish line was so close I could almost hear the static. We rolled into the village with our pig parade right around noon. Captain Yang was already standing there in his faded mouse suit, like a general waiting for his troops, immediately barking orders. Get people over here. Pig meat to the back of the canteen. Strip the lard. Separate the good cuts. Half stays for the brigade. Half goes to the commune before dark. A squad of terrifyingly efficient village women descended on the meat like a professional pit crew. Water boiling, knives sharpening, pigs disappearing into organized piles of cuts. The men who'd carried the meat just staggered to the water barrel and drank like they'd crossed a desert. Then the crowd showed up. Old people, kids, women, everyone who heard free pig meat materialized out of thin air. They stood there staring at the pork with the kind of longing usually reserved for love letters and lottery tickets. Captain Yang walked over to us grinning. "Comrade Zhao, this haul is worth half a year's meat rations for our whole brigade." Wang Qingshan immediately switched to negotiation mode. "Captain Yang, any bonus rewards for us? 5 pigs wasn't easy, you know. Tonight, victory banquet in the canteen." Wang Qingshan's eyes glazed over with food fantasies. The man's loyalty could be bought with dinner. Every single time. Captain Yang then did something that surprised me. He set aside 2 racks of ribs specifically for old Lu's wife. Her household's got no worker now. She's feeding mouths on her own work points. Say what you want about Captain Yang, but the man took care of his people, even the families of attempted murderers. That evening, the canteen was transformed. Tables gleaming, hot dishes steaming, a whole jug of white liquor. Wild boar stew with noodles, chicken with mushrooms, seasonal greens, and the star attraction, blood sausage that the cook, Annie Wong, had been smoking over birch charcoal. All afternoon, Shizi tried to sneak a piece of fried pork cracklings before dinner, and Annie Wong cracked him on the back of the head with a spatula. "You little thief! Didn't you just say your teeth hurt yesterday?" The whole table exploded with laughter. Drinks flowed. Food vanished. And after 3 rounds of liquor, I casually dropped my real question. "Shirkwan, Shizi, you guys know a lot of people around here. Anyone selling hunting dogs lately?" The table went quiet for exactly 1 second. Yang Shirkwan set down his bowl. "You're asking about old Lu's dog, aren't you?" "Busted. I'd overheard villagers talking about it earlier. With old Lu arrested, his wife was struggling. He'd told her to sell their dogs to help make ends meet. 2 regular mutts and 1 Mongolian Mastiff. A Mongolian Mastiff. One of the oldest, most ferocious guardian dog breeds in all of East Asia. My inner dog collector was doing backflips. "How much?" Yang Shirkwan gave me a look. "Tianliang, that dog is fierce. Most hunters can't handle it." I grinned. "Both my dogs are fierce breeds. I think I can manage." He'd seen Red and Little Black in action. He didn't argue further. "Fine, let's go look at it tonight." After dinner, our whole group trooped through the dark village toward old Lu's house. Me, Wang Qingshan, Xiaozhe, Yang Shirkwan, and Shizi. Before we even reached the door, the barking started. Deep, rough, aggressive barking that vibrated in your chest like a subwoofer. Yang Shirkwan shouted through the gate, and old Lu's wife came out holding an oil lamp. She looked exhausted, dark circles, worn clothes, ash on her hands from cooking over a wood fire. A woman holding everything together with nothing but willpower. She let us in. 3 dogs chained in the yard. 2 black mutts tied to the wall, snarling at us like we owed them money. But the 3rd dog, chained by the house door. A massive yellow-brown Mongolian Mastiff, shoulder height reaching my waist. Its neck fur was puffed out like a lion's mane. The iron chain was rattling and straining as it lunged against it. And its eyes, locked directly on me, throat producing a low, rolling growl that sounded like distant thunder. Wang Qingshan took an involuntary step backward. "That thing is bigger than Red." "Not exactly. Red had more muscle, but this dog was taller and broader. Pure intimidation in animal form." I squatted down slowly, extended my hand. Didn't rush. Just let the Mastiff smell me. The barking faded. The growling softened to a rumble. Its nose twitched, analyzing me. Reading my history through scent. 2 hunting dogs, bear blood, pig blood, mountain herbs, red pills, spatial dimension residue. Whatever story my smell told, the Mastiff found it. Interesting. Old Lu's wife stared. "That dog has been here 3 years. My husband brought it from the Mongolian border. It's wild-tempered. Everyone in the brigade avoids it. Besides my husband and the forward crew guys, it's never been calm around a stranger." I kept my hand steady. The Mastiff kept sniffing. Sometimes, animals just know. Yang Shirkwan and Shizi were staring at me like I'd just pet a live grenade. And honestly, fair reaction. This Mongolian Mastiff had apparently terrorized the entire village for 3 years, and here I was squatting in front of it like we were old drinking buddies. "How much?" I asked old Lu's wife. She wrung her hands. My husband said, At least 80 yuan. Wang Qingshan immediately went into haggling mode. 80? A guard dog at the supply co-op costs 15. The woman's eyes filled with tears. She pulled her sleeve across her face, and the baby strapped to her chest kicked against her apron. And 50 pounds of grain rations. The children are hungry. Wang Qingshan slapped his own forehead. He'd tried to negotiate down, and she'd gone up. But one look at her, exhausted, alone, husband in jail, baby on her chest, and even old Wang couldn't bring himself to argue. I'll take the dog. 100 yuan. Don't argue. Everyone froze. The woman's eyes went red. That's too much. It's settled. I'll bring the money and grain tickets tomorrow. Dog comes with me tonight. Shizi and Yang Shirquan exchanged a look that basically said, this guy is solid. 100 yuan was generous. But I wasn't being charitable. I was investing. A Mongolian Mastiff was worth every coin. I led my new purchase home through the dark village. The second I pushed open the door to our brick house, Red was OFF the sleeping platform like a spring-loaded missile, ears up, eyes locked on the stranger. Grrrr, Red's muscles went taut. Not a single movement wasted. Pure coiled aggression. The Mastiff's neck fur exploded outward like a lion's mane. It shifted sideways, chain dragging on the floor. Two apex predators sizing each other up. Wang Qingshan planted his foot on a stool, and his eyes lit up like a kid at a boxing match. Here we go. Fight for top dog position. This doesn't happen every day. Xiaozha grabbed his arm. Won't Red get hurt? That Mastiff is huge. Relax. Wang Qingshan pulled out a piece of baked bread and started chewing like he was watching a movie. Red pinned a 200-pound boar with his bare paws. He'll be fine. The Mastiff lunged first. Red didn't retreat. He dropped low, gathered his strength, and met the charge head-on. Both dogs reared up, front paws locked on each other's shoulders. A pure strength contest. Red's eyes narrowed. Okay, this one's actually strong. The Mastiff was giving it everything. Growling, straining, pushing with every fiber of its massive body. But slowly, Red forced it downward. Like watching a hydraulic press in slow motion. The Mastiff roared and surged back up. Impressive effort. But Red adjusted, bore down harder, and this time crushed the resistance even faster. 2 attempts. 2 defeats. The Mastiff stopped struggling, panting heavily, and lowered its head in submission. Done. Wang Qingshan slapped his thigh. What did I tell you? Red hopped off gracefully, trotted back to me, and sat down like nothing had happened. I scratched his head. Good investment, those red pills. But the show wasn't over. Little Black sauntered out of the back room like a villain entering stage left. He tilted his head and examined the defeated Mastiff the way a cat examines a new toy. The Mastiff's fur puffed up again. It looked at Black's lean, smaller frame, and I could literally see the thought. This one I can take. Wang Qingshan was grinning. Round 2. The second in command wants his turn. Black glided close, and without any warning, bit the Mastiff's ear. Just chomped it. The Mastiff yelped and shook its head wildly. It spun to counterattack, but Black had already let go and danced away, standing at a safe distance, head tilted, eyes twinkling. What are you going to do about it, big boy? The Mastiff was furious. It swiped a massive paw. Black slid underneath it like a limbo champion and nipped the back leg on the way through. The Mastiff roared and spun around, but Red chose that exact moment to jump on its back and place his teeth gently against the back of its neck. Not biting, just resting them there. A message. I could end this, but I won't, because you've already lost. 3 minutes. Total humiliation. 2-on-1, but honestly, either dog could have handled it solo. They just wanted to make a point. The Mastiff slunk to the corner, lay down with the saddest face I've ever seen on a dog, and started chewing on leftover bones from Red and Black's earlier meal, eating the winter's scraps. Rock bottom. I walked over and put my hand on its forehead. After watching its 2 new bosses treat me like a king, the Mastiff had done the math. It pushed its big head into my hand. Submission. Accepted. From today, your name is Kwang Shi, the Mad Lion. In my pack, nobody eats for free. Stick with me, and you'll have meat every single day. Its ears twitched. Too soft. Woofs. Deal accepted. Xiaozha was practically drooling with envy. Brother Zhao, congratulations. Another legendary dog. Wang Qingshan shook his head in wonder. You've got Red and Black as enforcers. What dog wouldn't submit? I can't wait to see young Shirchuan's face when he finds out you tamed that mastiff in one night. Most people need months. You guys go sleep. I'm going to spend some time with the new recruit. They stumbled inside, full of food and alcohol. Once they were gone, I reached into my spatial dimension and pulled out a red pill. The Mad Lion's entire demeanor transformed. If before he respected me out of fear and hierarchy, now, smelling that red pill, he looked at me with the purest, most devoted expression I'd ever seen on a canine face. Tongue out, tail cautiously wagging, eyes begging. Please, sir, please give me that magical, delicious ball of wonder. From fear to worship in 0.3 seconds. Red Pills, the ultimate dog loyalty program. 3 dogs now. Red the tank. Black the assassin. Mad Lion the heavy artillery. The pack was growing. I held up one red pill. Bean-sized. Blood red. Smelled like sweet iron. The Mad Lion's nostrils went into overdrive. Its golden brown eyes locked onto my palm like I was holding the meaning of life. Drool started pooling on the ground. Literally pooling. Like a faucet someone forgot to turn off. Want it? Show me you've got manners. This massive, terrifying Mongolian Mastiff, the dog that made an entire village walk on the other side of the street, stood up on its hind legs and put its paws together. It literally bowed to me, like a monk greeting a temple master. All pride, gone, evaporated, replaced by pure, desperate food worship. Smart boy, I tossed the pill. It arced through the air. The Mad Lion caught it mid-flight and crunched. The sound echoed through the quiet night. 3 seconds later, transformation. Its dull brown fur suddenly gleamed like polished metal. Old scars on its neck started healing in real time, scabs flaking off to reveal fresh pink skin underneath. And its eyes, the wild, untamed craziness just vanished, replaced by something almost human. Focused, intelligent, devoted. Its tail started whacking the dirt like a happy metronome. Full loyalty mode, activated. I pressed my hand on its skull. Stick with me, and I'll show you what real mountains look like. 3 dogs now. I played with them for a while, then went to bed feeling like a general who'd just recruited his 3rd elite soldier. Next morning, Wang Qingshan stumbled outside and nearly had a heart attack. I was doing my usual shirtless morning training, but today I had a sparring partner. The Mad Lion was standing on its hind legs, paws on my shoulders, and we were wrestling like 2 guys at a country fair. 1 man versus 1 very large dog, strength against strength. Wang Qingshan rubbed his eyes. Is that thing bigger than yesterday? Yes. Yes, it was. The red pill had done its work overnight. In the morning sunlight, the Mad Lion's coat had a cold, metallic sheen, like someone had wrapped a dog in armor plating. Xiaozhou appeared in the doorway holding his belt and froze. Is that the same dog that got its butt kicked last night? The Mad Lion turned its head and locked those golden brown eyes on both of them. Wang Qingshan's back broke out in instant cold sweat. That wasn't a dog stare anymore. That was a killer's stare. Whatever dumb animal fog had been in those eyes before was completely gone. Tianliang, did you secret train this dog while we were sleeping? Wang Qingshan was convinced I had some mystical dog whispering technique. How else could every dog I touched go from ordinary to extraordinary overnight? Sure, let's go with that. I patted the Mad Lion's neck. Go introduce yourself. Nicely, it trotted over, sniffed Wang Qingshan's pants, then, to his utter shock, licked his hand. Warm, friendly, gentle. The same dog that had been trying to eat everyone yesterday. Xiaozhou tried to pet its head. The Mad Lion dodged sideways without even looking at him. The kid's face crumbled. Am I cursed? Why does every dog reject me? At breakfast, Shizi showed up looking concerned. Brother Zhao, that mastiff is wild. You'll need at least 2 weeks to break it in. Honestly, just return it to Sister Lu and let our crew handle it. Xiaozhou was about to brag about last night's instant taming, but Wang Qingshan kicked him under the table. Let them find out on their own. Much funnier that way. I handed Shizi 100 yuan and 50 pounds of grain ration tickets. Give this to Sister Lu. And don't worry about the dog. I've got it handled. He took the money looking unconvinced, but didn't push it. Smart kid. Into the mountains we went. 3 men, 3 dogs. Today's mission: hunt our last pig and run combat drills with the new team formation. Red and Little Black already moved together like dancers, but adding a 3rd dog meant redesigning the whole attack pattern. I let the Mad Lion freelance at first to see his natural fighting style. Results: enthusiastic but undisciplined. He kept charging ahead of Red, nearly scaring off the prey twice. Like a rookie football player who sprints before the whistle. Slow down, 3 corrections. That's all it took. By the 4th encounter, the Mad Lion had figured out the system. Red scouts and tracks, Little Black flanks, and cuts off escape. The Mad Lion waits for the ambush point, then delivers the knockout blow. We found a 200-pound lone boar. The 3 dogs moved in formation like they'd been training together for years, not hours. The boar was cornered, panicking, tusks flashing. It reared up for one last desperate stand. The Mad Lion hit it like a furry cannonball from below, jaws clamping onto the front leg joint with surgical precision. The boar screamed and toppled. Red seized the opposite hind leg, and Little Black swooped in from behind and went straight for, well, the pig's least defended region. Standard pig-killing formation. Textbook execution. Wang Qingshan was gripping his whip so hard his hand went white. Those 3 dogs fight better than a militia squad. Xiaoxia's jaw was hanging open. They didn't even need us to shoot. While those 2 stood there having existential crises about being replaced by dogs, I walked over and finished the boar with my knife. I looked at my 3 dogs. Red was calmly licking his paw. Old veteran energy. Little Black was playing with the dead pig's ear like a cat with a toy. And the Mad Lion was staring at me, waiting, tail doing tiny hopeful wags. It trotted over and rubbed against my leg like an oversized cat. Good boy. Extra red pill tonight. Its eyes lit up like someone plugged in a Christmas tree. 3 dogs. 1 formation. 0 bullets needed. The pig army didn't stand a chance. Time to do the dirty work. Wang Qingshan sighed, pulling out his knife with the resigned energy of a man who'd accepted his fate as a professional pig butcher. Half a month ago, this guy was a proud hunter. Now he was basically a field-certified meat processor. But hey, no risk of death, steady supply of pork. Could be worse. He slit the boar's throat like a pro. Blood gushed into the pit Xiaoxia had dug. Guts out, steam rising, the whole disgusting, beautiful process. 2 fingers of fat on this belly. Nice. He hacked off 4 leg cuts and tossed the organs to the dogs. Red caught a flying pig heart midair with the grace of an Olympic athlete, then didn't eat it. Instead, he carefully placed it at my feet like a gift. Then he hip-checked the Mad Lion sideways, just because he could. The Mad Lion stumbled, recovered, and immediately came to stand on my other side. Wouldn't leave my shadow. Eyes glued to Wang Qingshan's knife, whimpering impatiently. Relax. You'll get yours. Wang Qingshan sliced off a chunk of loin and tossed it. The Mad Lion launched itself 3 feet into the air, caught the meat, and swallowed it in 2 bites. Didn't even chew. Just absorbed it. I realized something. The Mongolian Mastiff is a herding dog, a guardian breed, and it had decided I was its sheep. It's very important, must protect at all costs sheep. Which gave me an idea. That lynx I spotted yesterday, the one fast as a ghost, if the Mad Lion was watching my back, I could actually go hunt that thing. Lynx pelts were worth serious money. After cleaning up, I piled the leftover bones on a flat rock for the mountain spirit. Borrow a path, return the road. Mountain spirit, bless us and we'll know when to stop. As my words drifted skyward, all 3 dogs' ears snapped up simultaneously. A branch cracked somewhere in the eastern trees. Snap. I looked over, just Xiaoxia stepping on a twig. He scratched his head sheepishly. Wait. The sound came from a different direction than Xiaoxia. Whoosh. A golden-brown blur erupted from a rock crevice 30 feet away, like someone had launched a furry missile. Lynx. Here. Now. Xiaoxia. Get behind us. That thing was fast. Not animal fast. Supernatural fast. It ricocheted off a pine tree trunk 30 feet up, the impact sending leaves raining down, then bounced between rocks and branches like a pinball made of razor blades and hatred. Surround it. I blew my bone whistle. Red charged toward the tree base. The Mad Lion did not charge. It stayed glued to my side. Smart dog. It had seen what Lynx Claws could do. Its previous owner had the scars to prove it. Little Black flanked wide, ready to support Red. Red engaged first. He was fast, but the lynx was faster. It danced through the treetops like gravity was optional, changing direction mid-leap, leaving afterimages. Red got clawed on the right leg, fur ripped open, blood showing. That just made him angry. He reared up. The lynx did something insane. Mid-air, it completely changed trajectory and dove straight at Xiaoju's face. Duck! My scream and Little Black arrived at the same time. My lazy, chess-playing wolf dog showed his true colors, lunging directly into the lynx's outstretched claws and biting. Hard. Crack. Half a lynx claw went spinning into the weeds. The lynx shrieked and twisted in the air, trying to land and escape, but the mad lion was already there, waiting at the exact landing spot, like a living bear trap. Those massive jaws clamped onto the back of the lynx's neck. Crunch. Vertebrae shifting. The sound made everyone wince. Red arrived half a second later and flattened the struggling lynx with both front paws. 300 pounds of combined dog weight pinning one very surprised cat. Mad Lion locked the throat. Little Black controlled the claws. Red sat on it like a furry paperweight. The lynx's golden eyes went glassy. Even in death, they held disbelief. I lost. To dogs? I drove my knife through its throat. One clean strike. Blood sprayed, but I was already stepping backward. Didn't get a drop on me. Style points matter. What a beast. Xiaozhi touched his cheek where the wind from those claws had left a red streak. If the mad lion hadn't been guarding our flank, the kid would be missing half his face right now. Wang Qingshan checked the body. Female. We probably wandered into her territory. But why attack a group this large? We looked at each other and reached the same conclusion. There's a nest of baby lynxes nearby, a mother protecting her cubs. That explained the kamikaze attack against impossible odds. Respect, Mama Cat. But you picked the wrong group. The three dogs came panting over for their performance reviews. Little Black. Cool nod when I petted his head, tiny tail wag. Professional. Red. Shoved his injured leg in my face like, look what happened. Give me sympathy and treats. The Mad Lion. Trotted up and dropped the broken lynx claw on my boot like a cat bringing a dead bird. Then stared up at me with those amber eyes practically screaming. Was I a good boy? Tell me I was a good boy. You were all good boys. I pulled out the map and climbed a tall tree to compare the terrain. Everything matched up. The lynx colony that Xianjin had marked was right here, which meant the northern 5-flavor berries should be nearby too. More rare medicine. More ingredients for the pill I was trying to create for Yueqing. And now, with 3 combat dogs and 1 dead mama lynx, the path was clear. Today's shopping list. Lynx cubs, rare herbs, and maybe, just maybe, one more step towards saving the girl waiting for me back home. Climbing down from the tree, autumn sunlight hit my face through the leaves like warm little fingers poking me. I brushed off my hands and walked over to Wang Qingshan. Old Wang, stay here and skin the lynx. And don't damage the pelt. That thing's worth 100 yuan at the state store. You think I'm an amateur? He pulled out his boning knife with the confidence of a man who'd skinned approximately 7,000 animals in the past 2 weeks. Which, honestly, wasn't far from the truth. The man had entered this trip as a hunter and was leaving as a certified butcher. Just hurry, he said, glancing at the dead animals around him. All this blood is going to attract something nasty, and I'd rather not fight it alone. Fair point. I grabbed Xiaozhi, and we went lynx nest hunting. The mother attacked us even though we outnumber her. Her den has to be close. I let Red sniff my hand, still covered in lynx scent from earlier, and he locked on immediately. One sniff, tail flick, and he was off. Little Black and the Mad Lion followed. Xiaozhi and I jogged behind. 2 cigarettes worth of walking later, Red slowed down. Body low, ears flat, a growl building in his throat like distant thunder. The nest is close, I whispered. If we're unlucky, there might be a male lynx guarding it. We crept forward. Under a massive boulder, a dark cave opening, surrounded by dead leaves and animal fur. Classic den. Mew. A tiny, pitiful cry from inside. Something's alive in there. Xiaozhi's eyes went wide. I held up my hand. Wait. A gray shadow shot out of a nearby bush and dove for the cave entrance. A gray fox. Mangy, scrawny, but fast as hell. It had been waiting for the mother lynx to leave so it could eat the babies. From inside the cave, a sharp, terrified kitten shriek. Oh no you don't. Bang. My shotgun blast sparked off the rocks at the cave entrance, missing the fox's tail by an inch. The fox nearly turned inside out with terror, scrambled out of the cave, and bolted through the forest like its tail was on fire. TCH, lucky you're fast. I needed to reload, shotgun, 1 round at a time, but before I could even crack it open, a black wind blew past me. Little Black. Full sprint. 0 hesitation. My wolf dog transformed into a heat-seeking missile locked onto one very unfortunate fox. I smirked. That fox had no idea what was chasing it. Xiaozha, let's check the den. Based on the sounds from inside when the fox entered, there wasn't a second adult lynx. Just babies. We approached carefully. Xiaozha knelt down, brushed aside the dead leaves at the entrance, and froze. One tiny lynx kitten, cat-sized, trembling, with eyes staring up at him in pure terror. Snow-white fur, black tips on its ears and tail. The most adorable killing machine I'd ever seen. It's okay, little guy. Xiaozha slowly reached his hand forward. The kitten sniffed his fingers. And then, instead of running, biting, or scratching, it nuzzled against his hand. Brother Zhao, it likes me. It actually likes me. The joy on this kid's face was indescribable. Every dog I owned had rejected him. Red ignored him. Little Black dodged his petting attempts. The mad lion literally turned its back on him. Xiaozha had been living in a world where animals actively chose to hurt his feelings. And now this tiny lynx baby was cuddling his fingers like he was its favorite person on earth. Then the little traitor noticed me. It abandoned Xiaozha immediately, crawled over, and started licking my boot. Xiaozha's face, devastated, then accepting, then devastated again. I picked the kitten up by the scruff. It dangled there, not struggling, just tilting its head at me like, "So where are we going?" "This little thing is something else." Xiaozha recovered fast. "Brother Zhao, if you raise this thing to adulthood, it'll be terrifying." I bounced the kitten in my hand, weighing it. Tiny now, but lynxes grow up to be 30-pound murder machines with reflexes that make cats look slow. "Hey little guy, want to join my team?" "Mew," it actually answered, like it understood the job offer and was accepting the terms. Did that kitten just say yes? Xiaozha was losing his mind. I handed the baby lynx to Xiaozha, finally, a creature that tolerated him, and reloaded my gun. The kitten curled up in his arms, occasionally pawing at his shirt buttons, completely relaxed. Zero fear. Either this thing was incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. In my experience, those qualities produce the best fighters. On the way back, Little Black returned with the dead gray fox in his mouth. But he looked sad, droopy ears, tail down. The most depressed, victorious hunter I'd ever seen. I looked closer. The fox was already dead. Little Black had accidentally killed it too fast. He'd wanted to play with it more, but his bite was too powerful. Poor baby. Too strong for his own entertainment. I knelt down and rubbed his head until the sadness faded. "It's okay, buddy. There'll be other foxes." Back at base camp, Wang Qingshan had finished skinning the lynx and was holding up the pelt to check the quality. He looked up, saw the tiny white fluff ball in Xiaozha's arms, and his jaw unhinged. There was actually a lynx den. Xiaozha was beaming so hard I thought his face would crack. "Brother Wang, you should have seen it. A fox almost ate this baby. We saved it just in time, and then it crawled right up to us on its own. What luck for dogs and a baby lynx." My animal collection was getting ridiculous. At this rate, I'd need to open a zoo by the time I got home. But first, those 5 flavor berries were still out there. And with Mama Lynx gone, nothing was guarding them anymore. Wang Qingshan stared at the baby lynx like it was an alien artifact. "So what's the plan with this little guy? Keep it if I can raise it. If not, release it when it's bigger." Made sense. Can't exactly hunt wild boars with a kitten in your pocket. We decided to head down, process our haul, and get lunch before it got cold. I stuffed the baby lynx into my cloth bag and tied it shut. It made little mew mew sounds from inside that were so cute they were almost illegal. Xiaozha sprinted ahead to the brigade headquarters to arrange a pig-hauling team, leaving me and Wang Qingshan to stroll toward the canteen like 2 very tired, very bloody gentlemen. Captain Yang apparently found Xiaozha's breathless report hilarious. "You guys are either killing pigs or walking toward the next pig to kill. That's your entire existence." At the canteen, I was peacefully eating a corn cake when the back door exploded open and a Mongolian Mastiff came crashing through like a furry freight train. Behind it, Yang Shirquan, red-faced, practically water-skiing on the chain. And behind him, Shizi, plastered against the door frame, eyes the size of dinner plates. How is this dog suddenly obedient? Because what they saw next broke their brains. I raised one hand, curled a finger, and the rampaging mastiff that 2 men couldn't control instantly went, woof, trotted over, and sat at my feet like a trained poodle. Yang Shirquan, and Shizi walked over with the expression of men who'd just witnessed actual sorcery. Tianliang, you tamed old Lu's mastiff. In one night, used some techniques. His name is Mad Lion now. Wang Qingshan sprayed corn cake crumbs laughing. You should have seen it. Red and Black tag-teamed him into submission in 3 minutes flat, and after that, he stopped mid-sentence. Just stopped. Left them hanging. Yang Shirkwan and Shizi assumed the secret dog training method was classified information that couldn't be shared with outsiders. They politely dropped the subject. In reality, Wang Qingshan stopped because he didn't know the secret either, and he was just as frustrated about it as they were. If he knew, he'd have been breeding champion dogs weeks ago. Auntie Wang brought out warm goat milk from the kitchen. I took it and tilted it toward the baby lynx in my lap. The little thing latched onto the bowl with its tiny pink tongue, making the most ridiculous slurping sounds. Shizi leaned in. Is that a kitten? Wait, that fur pattern looks like lynx cub. His eyes nearly fell out. A baby lynx? Female lynxes are the deadliest things in these mountains. How did you? Wang Qingshan cleared his throat, cracked his knuckles, and launched into storytelling mode. This was his moment. So there we were, just finished killing a boar, when a full-grown lynx ambushes us from a rock crevice. He told the whole story with maximum dramatic flair. The ambush, the 3-dog takedown, finding the den, the gray fox trying to eat the baby, me shooting the fox, Little Black chasing it down, the baby lynx crawling right up to us voluntarily. Yang Shirkwan and Shizi were glued to every word. Man, we missed all the action, Shizi groaned. Should have gone hunting with you guys. After lunch, I packed leftovers for Xiaozhe and headed back to the brick house with Wang Qingshan and the menagerie. The baby lynx got a cozy nest in the corner, cotton padding plus warm milk. It curled up and started purring. I went to the yard and pulled out 3 red pills. The instant they appeared, all 3 dogs materialized around me like I'd summoned them with a spell. Drool everywhere. An ocean of drool. I could have mopped the floor with the drool. A thought hit me. Would red pills work on the baby lynx? Interesting experiment. But if they did, the cute kitten phase would be over real fast. And right now, the cute kitten phase was the only thing keeping Xiaozhe emotionally stable. The kid had finally found an animal that liked him. Taking that away felt cruel. Later. I try later. Then Xiaozhe burst through the gate carrying meat on hooks, practically vibrating with excitement. Brother Zhao? That boar weighed 230 pounds. Combined with everything else, we hit 15 standard pigs. The television ticket is OURS. Wang Qingshan launched off the bed like a spring. The TV? We got it. I was grinning. Xiaozhe was grinning. Wang Qingshan was grinning. 3 grown men and 3 dogs and 1 baby lynx, all celebrating the fact that we'd killed enough pigs to earn a piece of electronic furniture. This was the happiest moment of the entire trip. For about 4 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Someone hammered on our door hard enough to rattle the windows. Captain Yang's foghorn voice blasted through the wood. Tianliang. Qingshan. Xiaozhe. Emergency notice from the commune. Meeting at headquarters. Right now, of course. Of course. The universe couldn't let me enjoy my television ticket for 5 whole seconds. Captain Yang dropped his bombshell and vanished like a man with somewhere extremely urgent to be. The 3 of us squinted into the afternoon sun and headed to headquarters. A Dongfanghong tractor was parked outside, exhaust pipes still smoking. Fresh arrival. Did the commune send a truck for the pig meat? Xiaozhe guessed. Wang Qingshan squinted at it. Nah, cargo trucks are filthy. This one's clean. Something else is going on. Inside, the room was foggy with cigarette smoke and tea steam. 5 guys in old military uniforms turned to look at us. Xiaozhe recognized 2 immediately. Old who? Brother Zhang? What are you doing here? Old who flashed his yellow teeth. What? We're not welcome. Brother Zhang explained. The commune sent us to replace you 3. Replace? Xiaozhe's brain buffered for 2 seconds. Then he slapped his thigh so hard it echoed. We can go home. Wang Qingshan whipped around to look at me. I let myself almost smile, then caught it and frowned instead. Nobody told us about a replacement. Why the sudden switch? Old who sipped his tea with 0 urgency. Commune got a report. This year's pig kill quota is basically met. Plus, the hunters have been out here too long. Secretary Chang and the department chief decided you guys earned a break. We're here to mop up. I nodded slowly. There was probably more to this story, but honestly, I didn't care. My goals were done. Smashed, actually. I come out here hoping for some grain and maybe a bicycle. I was leaving with a bicycle, a television ticket, a copper bear gallbladder, 100 ginseng roots, 100 black lingji, wild boar bezoars, a wolf dog, a Mongolian mastiff, a baby lynx, and enough stories to fill a book. Also, I was exhausted. We all were. Days of continuous mountain combat had drained us physically and mentally. We'd been planning to request a transfer anyway. Wang Qingshan was already best friends with Old Hu, arm around his shoulder like they'd known each other for years. Perfect timing. We killed a boar this morning. It's still being processed. You brought a tractor? Load it up and drive it straight to the commune. The military guys were impressed. You went hunting this morning? That dedication. Captain Yang suggested we stay one more night so he could throw us a farewell dinner. Nobody objected. Free food is free food. But I had one more errand before leaving. The second we stepped out of headquarters, I pulled out the map. I want to grab those northern 5-flavor berries before we leave. Wang Qingshan shrugged. Got nothing better to do. Xiaozhi was pumped. Let's see what else this mountain has. The mama lynx was dead. The territory was clear. Nothing guarding those berries anymore. Perfect timing. We hiked up with 3 dogs on point. Red sniffed bushes like a customs agent checking luggage. Little Black and the Mad Lion scanned the perimeter with professional paranoia. Following the map, we wound through the forest until, there they were. 5-flavor berry vines climbing up old pine trees, heavy with clusters of bright red fruit that glowed in the sunlight like strings of tiny rubies. Wang Qingshan popped one in his mouth. His entire face collapsed inward. Every facial muscle contracted simultaneously. Eyes squeezed shut. Mouth puckered. Nose crinkled. Itch, although that's sour. No wonder they call it 5-flavor. Xiaozhi tried one too and immediately regretted every decision that led to this moment. I laughed and we got to work. 3 guys, climbing trees, reaching through branches, filling burlap sacks with handfuls of crimson berries. By mid-afternoon, we had 2 full sacks. Our faces were scratched up from tree branches, but we were all grinning like idiots. These berries were legitimate medicine, good for kidneys, heart, energy, all sorts of things. Another ingredient for my future super pill. And inside my spatial dimension, the 100 times multiplication had already kicked in. 2 sacks became 200 sacks. Enough 5-flavor berries to supply a pharmacy for a decade. Red barked once. Something rustled in the nearby bushes. We all froze. Waited. Nothing came out. Probably a rabbit. Wang Qingshan relaxed and tossed another berry in his mouth. Winced. Did it again anyway. Whatever it was, this trip has been worth it. Couldn't argue with that. My spatial dimension was looking like a traditional medicine warehouse. Ginseng, lingji, boar bezoars, 5-flavor berries, all multiplied by 100. Once I found a few more supporting ingredients and figured out the compression technique, I might actually be able to create a pill that could save you etching. 2 sacks of berries on our shoulders, 3 dogs at our feet, scratched up faces, and full hearts. Tomorrow, we go home. That last evening at East Forest, Captain Yang set up 2 big tables in the yard. Wild boar stew, mountain vegetables, 2 bottles of white liquor. The whole gang showed up, even Old Hu's military guys. Tianliang, you've worked hard. We don't have much, but buns are unlimited and booze flows free. I drank. Xiaozhi fed goat milk to the baby lynx at my feet. The little fur ball was getting braver, but still kept one suspicious eye on the Mad Lion, who was staring at the milk bowl with barely concealed jealousy. Wang Qingshan was already drunk, arm around Old Hu, making promises. When winter hunting season comes, I'm coming back. Next time I'll bag something even bigger. Sure you will, Old Wang. Sure you will. Next morning at dawn, Old Hu had a soldier drive us back to the commune on a tractor. 3 men, 3 dogs, 1 baby lynx, 2 sacks of 5-flavor berries, several bags of mountain goods, all crammed into a hay-lined cart bouncing down foggy dirt roads. Wang Qingshan napped against the grain sacks. Xiaozhi tried to play with the Mad Lion using corn cake pieces, but the dog only humored him for about 30 seconds before losing interest. I chewed a 5-flavor berry and let the sour-sweet juice explode on my tongue. When the tractor pulled into the commune compound, I thought the driver had taken a wrong turn. The place was a zoo. Hunters everywhere, squatting, standing, smoking, drinking tea from tin cups. Some had bandaged arms. Some had mud-caked clothes. all of them waiting to claim their rewards. Clerks were doing paperwork at folding tables. In the corner, bags of flour stamped with the word reward were stacked in piles that young guys couldn't stop staring at. Xiaozha jumped off first and immediately got grabbed by some dirt-faced hunter. "Hey, where are you from? How many did you get?" Before Wang Qingshan could start bragging, the crowd erupted at the front of the line. A barrel-chested man strutted out holding a red-stamped certificate over his head like a trophy. 7 or 8 hunters followed behind him, all grinning. Lu Sampaio. Lu Sampaio's crew got their award, 11 pigs, and their boss took down the Boar King with one shot. The crowd went crazy. Everyone was tripping over themselves to praise this Lu Sampao guy. Greatest marksman in 10 villages. That's gotta be the record this year. Only Qianjin could have challenged him, and he's out of commission. Nobody's beating Lu Sampao. He's definitely getting the Model Hunter Award. Lu Sampao caught Xiaozha staring, glanced at our equipment, my knife, Wang Qingshan's whip, and gave us this little smirk. Like we were cute. Like we were amateurs who'd wandered into the big boys' playground. I filed that smirk away for later. We got in line. The guys ahead of us were grumbling. 3 pigs got us only 150 pounds of grain. Must be nice to be Lu Sampao. Shut up, he earned it fair and square. Our turn. Xiaozha handed over his record book. The clerk flipped it open, started reading, and his eyebrows climbed his forehead like they were trying to escape. He looked up at me, looked back at the book, looked at me again. East Forest Brigade? You killed wild boars and captured a live lynx cub? Total pig weight, he swallowed. 3,123 pounds. His eyeballs were doing their absolute best to leave his skull. He flipped through the pages again, and again, and again, like rereading would somehow change the numbers. Xiaozha grinned. Something wrong, Brother Meng? Wang Qingshan jumped in. Every number in there is legit. Check it all you want. The clerk didn't even respond. Just muttered, wait here, and speed-walked to the back office. Had to cross-reference with the pig meat delivery records. Every shipment we'd sent back was logged. The math would either add up or it wouldn't. His sudden departure caused a ripple of confusion in the line behind us. What happened? Are they cutting off the rewards? Some team up front claimed they killed 3,000 pounds of pig. 3,000? That's ridiculous. Lu Sampaio's entire crew only managed 11 pigs. How many people are even on that team? Looks like 3. The entire yard burst into laughter. 3 guys claiming 3,000 pounds of pig. Hilarious. Even Lu Sampaio's crew looked over and snickered. I stood there silently. Wang Qingshan crossed his arms and waited with the patience of a man who knew what was coming. Xiaozha looked embarrassed. If his buddy had just trusted his notebook, we wouldn't be a comedy show right now. I patted his shoulder. Relax. This is just procedure. 5 minutes later, Brother Meng came back. His forehead was drenched in sweat. His hands were slightly trembling. He cleared his throat, raised his voice so the entire yard could hear, and announced, Ziqiao Tianliang's team, 15 wild boars killed. Verified by commune records. Confirmed. He paused for dramatic effect. Or maybe he just needed to breathe. Reward, 750 pounds of grain, 1 bicycle, and 1 television set ticket. The yard went dead silent. 1 heartbeat, 2 heartbeats. Then the whispering exploded like someone kicked a beehive. 3 guys, 15 pigs, more than Lu Sampaio's 11, achieved by a team of 8 experienced hunters. I didn't look at Lu Sampao. I didn't need to. I could feel his smirk evaporating from across the yard. Somewhere behind me, Wang Qingshan was doing the world's smuggest slow exhale. Not bad for a couple of nobodies who showed up on a tractor. The yard erupted. 3 people killed 15 pigs? Did they find a pig cave and throw dynamite in it? A television ticket? Our entire lumber mill doesn't have a TV. Every eyeball in that compound swiveled toward us like synchronized searchlights. Lu Sampaio's crew looked like they'd collectively bitten into lemons. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Fake. Never even heard of these guys. How can nobodies beat established hunting crews?" The clerk slammed his hand on the table. Quiet. Every pig they sent back is logged and verified. The numbers are real. If you can kill 15 pigs, you get a TV ticket too. The heckler deflated like a punctured balloon. Hunters started crowding around Wang Qingshan, slapping his back. Old Wang, you sneaky dog. Big moves. He jerked his thumb at me. I'm just the sidekick. The real deal is that guy. Everyone followed his gesture to me, a 20-something kid standing there looking bored, and you could hear the collective brain malfunction. He's so young. How? I pocketed the reward vouchers without a word. Let Xiaozhe do the celebrating for all three of us. The kid was practically levitating. A TV ticket. Brother Zhao, when you get that television, I'm visiting. Anytime. We loaded up our grain, collected the bicycle, and tried to leave. But the longer we stayed, the more people swarmed us. Some wanted to be friends. Some wanted to challenge us. Some just wanted to stare at us like zoo animals. Then Lu Sanpao stepped directly into my path. Brother, he said, smile wide but eyes cold. Heard you did well at East Forest. I looked at him. Said nothing. He patted the gun on his hip. We should team up sometime. See who the real hunter is around here. Xiaozhe puffed up like an angry bird, ready to fire back, but Wang Qingshan grabbed his collar before he could open his mouth. Sure, I said flatly. Sometime, I stepped around him and kept walking. Didn't look back. Didn't need to. Woof, woof, woof. 3 massive dogs came charging out of nowhere toward us, and half the yard nearly had simultaneous heart attacks. Danger. Watch out. But Red, Little Black, and the Mad Lion just circled around me, wagging tails, zero aggression. 3 apex predators acting like golden retrievers at a park. The yard went silent. Then the whispering started. Elijah Red, a black wolf dog, and a Mongolian Mastiff? Who is this kid? Each of those dogs is worth a fortune by itself. He has 3. No wonder he outperformed Lu Sanpao. Those aren't dogs. Those are military weapons with fur. Behind us, Lu Sanpao's face went from irritated to genuinely dark. He'd come here expecting to be crowned champion. Instead, he was everybody's comparison benchmark. The guy who came in second to 3 strangers and their monster dogs. Welcome to being a stepping stone, my friend. Why didn't you engage with Lu Sanpao? Wang Qingshan asked as we walked away. That was a golden opportunity to build your reputation. I glanced back at the noisy compound. I hunt to eat, not to yell. Xiaozhe scratched his head. Exactly. We've got a TV ticket. Who needs to waste time talking to that guy? We were almost out the gate when a voice stopped us. Xiaozhe, tell those 2 comrades to wait. A bespectacled young man came sprinting over, out of breath, looking like he'd run across the entire commune. Secretary Chong wants to meet with them. Are they available? Secretary Chong. The Secretary Chong. The boss of this entire commune. The man who'd read Xiaozhe's reports and had been trying to meet us ever since. If the leader wants to see us, I said calmly, we're honored to go. We parked our grain sacks and bicycle by the wall, left the 3 dogs on guard duty. Nobody was stealing anything with that security detail, and followed the aide. Xiaozhe was vibrating. The kid had worked under this man's administration and considered him practically a saint. Meeting the secretary personally was like meeting a celebrity for him. The aide led us to the secretary's office. Knocked. Come in. Wang Qingshan's feet slowed down like they'd gained 50 pounds each. The man had fought bears, killed armored pigs, and survived brain-damaged boars, but walking into a government leader's office turned him into a nervous teenager. Xiaozhe went ramrod straight. His hands kept changing positions, in front, behind, in pockets, out of pockets, like he was doing hand choreography. Inside, Secretary Chong Guanlin looked up from his desk. Gray temples, scholarly face, the kind of calm authority that fills a room without raising a voice. His expression shifted from serious to warm in an instant. There you are. He came around his desk and shook each of our hands. I gave him a normal handshake. Wang Qingshan nearly crushed his fingers from excitement. Xiaozhe managed to squeeze out, SS Secretary Chong, HLO, while his face turned purple from the effort of not screaming. The secretary laughed, sat us down, and personally poured us water. Personally, this man ran an entire commune, and he was serving UST. I've wanted to meet you since you came back from East Mountain production team. But by the time I sent for you, you'd already been dispatched to East Forest. I did the math. That was the day we returned from killing the Bald Reaper and the Armored Pig. Xiaozhe's report had reached the secretary's desk, and we'd already been shipped out on the next mission. The secretary tapped a folder on his desk. Xiaozhe's reports are excellent. Detailed, practical, full of techniques that could help future pig eradication efforts. East Mountain, East Forest. In half a month, you've eliminated 15 boars. And I hear you even captured a live lynx cub? Xiaozhe froze. He definitely had not put the lynx cub in any report. The secretary had sources we didn't know about. This man's information network was tighter than I'd expected. Interesting. Very interesting. Secretary Chang patted Xiaozha's shoulder like a grandfather calming a nervous puppy. Relax, son. We're just chatting. Nothing formal. Xiaozha slowly unclenched. I gave him a little smile. Kid, this is the commune secretary. Of course he knows about the lynx cub. He probably knows what we had for breakfast. There's no point worrying about what you didn't include in your report when the man has eyes and ears everywhere. Excellent work. The secretary clapped his hands together. Not only did you eliminate 15 boars, you found the missing Qian Jin and provided key evidence in a criminal case. Quite the resume for half a month's work. Xiaozha's legs were trembling so hard his tea was doing tiny tsunamis in its cup. I just said, it was our duty, 2 words. The secretary's eyes lingered on my face for an extra beat. I could practically see him mentally upgrading my file from interesting hunter to interesting person. Tell me, any difficulties? Anything the commune can help with? Wang Qingshan's mouth opened like a cash register. I kicked him under the table before he could list his Christmas wishes. This wasn't the time to beg for favors. When a powerful man offers you help unprompted, the smartest move is to say no. It makes him respect you more and want to help you harder. We're good, Secretary. Nothing we need. Thank you. Secretary Chang tapped his desk twice. I could tell he was impressed. Most people in our position would already be rattling off a shopping list. Then he played his card. I hear you brought back quite a bit of 5 flavor berries from the mountain. Of course he knew. 2 sacks. He smiled, pulled out a piece of paper, scribbled a few words, and slid it across the desk. The pharmaceutical company's buyer, a guy named Huang, is coming to the commune in 2 days. Tell him I sent you. He'll give you a fair price. Wang Qingshan shot out of his chair like a spring. Secretary. This. The man couldn't even form a complete sentence. A direct introduction from the commune secretary to a pharmaceutical buyer? That's not a business connection. That's a golden ticket. We could sell our berries at top dollar without getting ripped off by middlemen. Xiaozha looked like he was watching his hero save the world in real time. Pure worship. I took the paper, folded it carefully, and put it in my pocket. Thank you, Secretary. Don't thank me. You earned it. He paused, then added with a meaningful look. If you ever need anything in the future, come find me directly. That wasn't just a polite goodbye. That was an invitation. A door opening. Secretary Chang was investing in me. Not because I'd asked for anything, but precisely because I hadn't. Oh, and 2 days from now, there's a commendation ceremony. You must attend. Absolutely. Outside, Wang Qingshan grabbed my shoulder and shook me like a rag doll. You animal. The commune secretary is personally looking out for you. Do you know what that means? Yeah. I knew exactly what it meant. Tianliang, we promised, if one of us gets rich, we don't forget the other. I smiled. That depends on whether you're useful. Xiaozha was still processing. He even knew about the 5 flavor berries. Little buddy, he's a secretary. People report to him. We weren't hiding anything. Stop worrying. The kid wasn't worried about getting in trouble. He felt guilty for not volunteering the information himself. Pure soul, that one. I looked at the paper one more time before pocketing it. This wasn't just a buyer introduction. This was Secretary Chang's olive branch. His way of saying, I see potential in you. Let's build something. Smart man. Very smart man. Let's go. Get the berries sorted. Then meet this buyer Huang in 2 days. Back at our stash spot, a crowd had gathered. Not for the grain or the bicycle, but for the dogs. A whole ring of people standing around gawking at Red, Little Black, and the Mad Lion like they were exhibits at a museum. The dogs ignored everyone. They'd positioned themselves in a triangle formation around our stuff. 3 furry security guards on high alert. Nobody had dared touch a single grain sack. When I walked up, the crowd parted like the Red Sea. One brave soul stepped forward. Brother, you selling those dogs? Before I could even respond, Wang Qingshan stepped between us like a bouncer. Would you sell your dogs? The man retreated immediately. Wang Qingshan turned to the crowd. Show's over, folks. Nothing to see. People drifted away, and then it was just the 3 of us. A quiet moment settled in. Xiaozha knew what was coming. He had to go back to the Armed Forces Department. His job was waiting. Our adventure was over. Brother Zhao, Brother Wang. I'm going to go report in. Wang Qingshan punched him in the chest. Not gentle either. Good. Next time we'll come find you for meat and booze. I just nodded. Send word if you need anything. We watched the kid walk away toward the military building, straight-backed, trying not to look back. The boy who'd rolled down a hill into a boar's bedroom, survived a bear attack, witnessed an attempted murder, and became a hunting addict in the span of 2 weeks. Good kid. I'd miss having him around. Then Wang Qingshan turned to me with the most important question of the day. Tianliang, how do we get home? I looked around. No tractor, no ox cart, no horse. We had grain sacks, mountain goods, a bicycle, 2 sacks of berries, 3 large dogs, 1 baby lynx, and 0 transportation. Walking would take until midnight. We had way too much stuff for 2 people to carry. We left too fast. Didn't even have time to telegram the village. Wang Dongjun, our ox cart driver from the beginning, had told us to send a telegram when we were ready to come home. But everything happened so suddenly we forgot. I was just contemplating spending the night at the commune when footsteps approached from behind. Comrades, you're from Sheng'an village, right? We turned around. A young clerk with black-framed glasses, arms full of documents, was looking at us with an oddly helpful expression. Well. Maybe the universe wasn't done being generous today. The guy who stopped us was the same bespectacled aide from Secretary Chang's office. Wang Qingshan nodded eagerly. Yes, Sheng'an village. That's us. The aide pushed his glasses up and smiled. Perfect. The Armed Forces Department has a truck heading west to deliver supplies. The route passes right by your area. Want a ride? My eyes lit up. When does it leave? 30 minutes. They're loading in the backyard. Wang Qingshan slapped his thigh so hard it sounded like a gunshot. Bless you, SIR. 30 minutes later, we were sitting on wooden planks in the back of a military truck, surrounded by our loot, grain sacks, a shiny new bicycle, dried mountain goods, 2 bags of 5 flavor berries, 3 dogs, and 1 baby lynx. Living like kings. Wang Qingshan stroked the bicycle tire like it was a newborn baby. Regular people don't get this treatment. This truck is 99% a Secretary Chang arrangement. Probably. The man was investing in us. I pulled out his note and studied it again, mentally preparing my inventory for the pharmaceutical buyer coming in 2 days. Why do you think the secretary's being so nice to us? Wang Qingshan asked. We did good work. He rewards good work. Nah, it's more than that. He bumped my shoulder. It's your whole calm, dignified thing. He likes your style. The truck hit a pothole the size of a bathtub, and Wang Qingshan nearly flew off the bench, grabbing a grain sack like a drowning man clutching a life raft. This road needs fixing. Want to get rich? Fix the roads first. He stared at me for a second, then burst out laughing. Huh, that's a good one. That's wisdom right there. The young soldiers riding with us kept sneaking glances at our stuff. One round-faced kid finally couldn't resist. Comrade Wang, is it true you killed a bear at East Forest? Oh no. He asked the question. The storytelling beast was unleashed. Wang Qingshan's eyes ignited. He slapped his thigh, his poor, abused thigh, and launched into full performance mode. Someone handed him a cigarette, lit it for him, and settled in for the show. So there we were, in a fallen timber field, when this massive black bear comes out of nowhere. He described the whole thing with enough dramatic gestures to qualify as interpretive dance. When he got to the part where I one-shot the bear through the ear, every soldier on the truck whipped around to stare at me. I kept my eyes closed, hand on my rifle, playing the strong silent type. It's better for the brand. Wang Qingshan was hitting his stride, transitioning to the armored pig saga, spitting enthusiastically. S-Series. The truck slammed its brakes. Everyone lurched forward violently. Wang Qingshan face-planted into a grain sack. I was already awake, finger on the safety. Grab your weapons. Something ahead, the driver's voice. Terrified. Dead silence in the truck. Just breathing. Then, a yellow-white shape exploded out of the roadside bushes and crouched 5 meters in front of the truck. Lean body. Pointed ears with black tufts. Amber eyes glowing in the fading light. Lynx. It's a lynx. Before anyone could process that, 2 more appeared from the tree line. Then another. And another. There's 5. 5 of them. The round-faced soldier's voice cracked like a 13-year-old's. Sergeant Zhu, what do we do? Sergeant Zhu, the squad leader, assessed the situation. 1 drop of sweat rolled down his temple. We were in a sunken section of road. The terrain on both sides was a meter or 2 higher than the truck bed. Combined with the tree cover, that meant these lynxes could jump directly into the truck. The second he thought it, the biggest lynx proved him right. It launched itself at the truck like a yellow-white missile. Open fire. Bang. Bang. Multiple shots. Sparks flew off the truck's metal siding. Every bullet missed. The Lynx was too fast. It dodged midair, hit the ground, rolled under the truck, and vanished beneath the chassis. The soldiers' faces went white. The round-faced kid was shaking so hard his rifle was doing its own little dance. They're too fast. The Lynxes started circling the truck like wolves. Testing. Probing. One suddenly launched from the right side, claws hooking onto the truck's side panel with a metallic clang. Wang Qingshan raised his axe, but I was already there. One knee on the truck floor, rifle but pressed firmly into my shoulder socket. Bang. One shot. The Lynx jerked mid-leap like it hit an invisible wall, then dropped to the ground like a sack of rocks. 2 twitches. Done. The remaining 4 Lynxes shrieked, a sound like someone dragging knives across glass, and vanished into the forest so fast they might as well have teleported. Absolute silence in the truck. Every single soldier was staring at me with expressions usually reserved for witnessing miracles or alien landings. I calmly ejected the shell casing. Not a drop of sweat on my face. Old Wang, I pointed at the dead Lynx on the ground. Pelt's intact. Should fetch a good price. Wang Qingshan looked at the dead Lynx. Looked at me. Looked at the traumatized soldiers. Looked back at me. Then he started laughing so hard, he nearly fell off the truck. The round-faced soldier's mouth was opening and closing like a fish who'd forgotten how water worked. Sergeant Zhu was gripping his rifle with both hands, staring at me like I'd just casually swatted a meteor out of the sky. One shot. Moving target. Fading light. From a bouncing truck. And my first reaction was to check if the fur was sellable. I think at that moment, every person on that truck silently agreed. They were very, very glad I was on their side. Wang Qingshan punched my shoulder so hard I think he displaced a vertebra. Tianliang. That shot was insane. He spun around to the soldiers like a hype man at a concert. See that? That's what never misses looks like. The soldiers erupted. Suddenly, everyone was my best friend. Before my shot, they'd been listening to Wang Qingshan's stories thinking, yeah, probably exaggerated. Now they were thinking, if anything, he undersold it. The round-faced kid looked at me like I was a deity who'd descended from heaven to ride in a military truck. Brother Zhao, did you train in the army? I picked up the dead Lynx by its back legs and weighed it in my hand. Mountains, tossed it in the corner of the truck. Dust cloud. Done. The truck rumbled back to life as the sun dipped behind the mountains. The soldiers kept sneaking glances at me like I might spontaneously do something else incredible. Wang Qingshan, never one to let an audience go to waste, picked up his cigarette butt and announced, I've got more stories. Who wants to hear? Sergeant Zhu personally offered us his own cigarettes this time. Comrade Wang, please, smoke mine. We would be honored to hear more. Amazing what one bullet can do for your social standing. Meanwhile, back at Sheng'an village, and I learned about this later, Lin Yueqing was sitting alone at a wooden table, holding a brass bullet casing. She'd found it in my room while cleaning and kept it like a secret treasure, rubbing it smooth with her fingers over the days. Staring at it, thinking about me, worrying. My apprentice showed up at her door with a bowl of corn cakes and salted meat from his mother. Good kid. He noticed her red eyes and decided to deploy Operation Cheer Up. My master's marksmanship is incredible. He's killed boars, fought bears. Nothing can touch him. He spread his thumb and finger wide to illustrate a 500-pound pig. One shot, right through the skull. Those boars are basically delivering grain to him at this point. Yueqing tried to smile. I know he's skilled. But what if? And oh, what ifs? My apprentice crossed his arms with the absolute conviction of a 13-year-old who believes his teacher is invincible. Master always comes back in one piece. He has deep fortune. Deep? She was just starting to relax when, there's a big truck coming to our village. I heard Zhao Jiqing and Hunter Wang are on it. Voices. Outside. Loud. Excited. Yueqing's eyes went wide. She shoved the bowl and fried fish back into my apprentice's arms and bolted out the door like the house was on fire. Wait. Sister Yueqing. My apprentice stood there holding food in both arms, brain loading then, master's back, and sprinted after her, corn cakes bouncing. At the village entrance, our military truck rolled in like a returning war chariot. Dust clouds. Rumbling engine. Headlights cutting through the dusk. Old men dropped their pipes. Kids ran barefoot screaming, Big CAR. Big CAR. Women poked their heads out of every doorway. Uncle Li Hongbing abandoned his accounting mid-number and sprinted to the village entrance, trailed by the accountant Lu, who was still trying to get his shoe on. The truck groaned to a stop at the threshing ground. Wang Qingshan's big square face popped over the tailgate like a jack-in-the-box. Uncle Li Hongbing. Little help here, Qingshan. Uncle Li's jaw nearly hit the ground. Aren't you supposed to be at Shangliang Commune? Wang Qingshan vaulted over the side, landed with a thud, and yanked open the rear gate with a flourish. And there I was, standing in the truck bed, casually brushing dust off my hunting jacket, with the most relaxed smile on my face. Uncle Hongbing. Mission complete. Behind me, sacks of grain. A brand new bicycle gleaming in the last light of sunset. Bags of mountain goods. 2 sacks of 5 flavor berries. 3 massive hunting dogs who jumped off the truck and immediately began patrolling the perimeter like they owned the village. And 1 baby lynx peeking out of a cloth bag with the curiosity of a creature who'd just arrived at its new forever home. We'd left this village with 2 hunters, 1 dog, and a dream. We came back with 3 legendary dogs, a baby lynx, 750 pounds of grain, a bicycle, a television ticket, a copper bear gallbladder, and enough stories to last a lifetime. Shungan Village, we're home. I hopped off the truck and started unloading before anyone could make a speech. Uncle Li Hongbing waved over some help. Fushan, give Zhao Jiqing a hand. Li Fushan grabbed 2 grain sacks off me like they were pillows, grinning. While you were gone, we finished the foundation and started laying bricks. Not bad. Uncle Li's crew worked fast. My brick house was actually happening. The soldiers helped unload everything onto the threshing ground, and for a moment, the entire village went dead silent. Just staring at the mountain of stuff materializing from the truck. Sack after sack after sack of grain. Bags of mountain goods. 2 sacks of 5 flavor berries. And then, is that a bicycle? Accountant Lu's finger was trembling as he pointed at my brand new Forever brand 28-inch bicycle gleaming in the sunset like a chrome angel. The man was personally sensitive about bicycles. His family had gone into debt to buy one for his son's school commute. And here was a shiny new one just casually sitting in my truck. He probably assumed it belonged to the soldiers. Poor guy. Uncle Li Hongbing grabbed my hand with a grip that could crush walnuts. His eyes were practically glowing. Tianliang, when you say the mission's complete, does that mean? Yep. I handed him the official certificate with the red stamp. He held it up to the fading sunlight and read it aloud for the entire village. Comrade Zhao Tianliang demonstrated outstanding performance in the pest elimination campaign. Eliminated 15 wild boars. Awarded 750 pounds of grain, 1 Forever brand bicycle, and 1 television set ticket. The village detonated. Young guys swarmed the bicycle, running their hands over the frame like it was made of gold. Women huddled around the grain sacks whispering calculations. Accountant Lu's wife pinched her own thigh hard enough to leave a mark. Am I dreaming? A television ticket. You could feel the awe settling over the crowd. 15 wild boars. In less than half a month. Everyone here knew what wild boars were capable of. Most people wouldn't fight one, let alone 15. Whatever we'd been through out there, it had earned us the kind of respect that doesn't need explaining. Then a black wind blew through. Little Black leaped out of the truck carrying a complete lynx carcass in his mouth, like a cat bringing home a bird. Red and the Mad Lion followed, jumping down with the heavy thud of large predators landing on solid ground. Several villagers nearly had cardiac events. Heavens, whose dogs are these? I thought the black one was a wolf. Almost ran for my life. The 3 dogs surrounded me in a protective triangle, and the entire village went quiet again. They'd seen red before, but the other 2 were new. The black one is Xian Wang, Dark King. The big yellow one is Kuang Shi, Mad Lion. Picked them up during the mission. Every villager mentally filed those names away. You don't forget dogs that look like they could eat your furniture. The soldiers climbed back aboard their truck. Sergeant Zhu waved from the tailgate. Next time, drinks are on us. Absolutely. The truck rumbled away into the dusk. And then it was just us in the village, and everyone talking at once, laughing, exclaiming, trying to touch the bicycle. That's when I spotted her. Lin Yueqing was standing at the edge of the crowd. Not moving. Not approaching. Just watching me. Her eyes were full of happiness she was trying very hard to contain, and her fingers were clutching her shirt hem, so tight her knuckles were white. She'd stopped walking, like her feet had decided this was close enough. Like she was afraid that if she came any closer, she'd fall apart. My apprentice had no such restraint. The kid came barreling through the crowd like a small cannonball. "Master, you're back." I punched his shoulder. Not soft, not hard. Right on the muscle. He winced, then grinned even wider. "I've been training every day. Test me any time." "Humph," I snorted. But my eyes were already looking past him. At her. Our gazes met across the threshing ground. She flinched like she'd touched a hot stove, looked away fast, and her ears turned the color of ripe tomatoes. I walked toward her. The crowd parted without being asked. Every single person was watching, pretending not to watch, and failing miserably at pretending. "Yuecheng," I stopped in front of her, kept my voice low. Steady, but warmer than usual. "Have you been okay?" 5 words. Nothing romantic. Nothing scandalous. But they landed on her like a thunderbolt. Her heartbeat was practically visible through her shirt. I'm fine." Her ears were so red they could have guided ships in fog. I noticed. I didn't comment. Just nodded. Behind us, the entire village was doing the world's worst job of being subtle. "Oh my, it looks like Tianliang is." "Shut up. That Lin girl is shy. Don't embarrass her." Accountant Lu's wife got glared into silence by her husband. Everyone else just smiled, those knowing smiles that villagers have perfected over thousands of years of minding other people's business. The old folks watched with warm eyes. The young ones nudged each other. The kids stood on tiptoe trying to see what was happening. And I stood there, in the middle of my village, covered in road dust and lynx blood and mountain dirt, looking at the girl who'd spent every day I was gone holding a bullet casing and worrying about me. I'd promised to come back and propose.